Hello, guys. So thank you all for joining us for the third day of the XR Innovation Summit. My name is Arume Ibrahim. I have Jennifer Rogers here, and I'll allow Jennifer to say hi also. So Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's been a great 2 days so far, and we're looking forward to a great lineup today.
Indeed, today is quite bright over here, and I hope you all are doing fine from where you're watching us from LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, and we're super excited to have each and every one of you here. We'll go straight into it. So I'll be sharing the schedules for today. Today is fully dedicated to panel sessions. Yesterday, day one and day two was more around keynotes and also product sessions, right? So for today, it's strictly panel sessions, amazing interaction and engagements. And the first panel session will be around XR and storytelling, an exploration of creative possibilities. I'll be moderating that session alongside Mariella, a good friend Walid, and Matthew. And then afterwards, we'll be having a dedicated panel session from the Atlantic Institute around community develop AR, bringing us together when we're apart. It will be moderated by Alice, Patronella, Mildred, and also Della, if I'm correct. Yeah. And then the next panel session will be around building an inclusive XR ecosystem, strategies for strengthening diversity and inclusivity. And it will be moderated by Rose, Lynn from Kenya, Alice from the Atlantic Institute, and Max from FXG Uganda. And then the last session for the day will be around how XR and Web 3.0 can amplify Africa's creativity for meaningful social impact. So this topic resonates around a theme whereby we're trying to see how we can drive innovation and social impact with extended reality. It will be moderated by Michael Oscar from Africa Comicade, alongside Lona, Alex, and Joba. And that is it for today, right? That's the lineup for the day three sessions. And we hope you guys are having a good time. Inspired from yesterday's session. I was personally inspired by some of the amazing keynote speakers we had yesterday. And I hope you guys get inspired today also from these amazing talents and creators who are pushing the boundaries of what's possible with extended reality. Jennifer, you have any words for the audience before we get fully into it?
Well, I'm just excited to see you all here today. I do think we're going to get a multitude of perspectives around the ecosystem and how people are really looking to provide, once again, that opportunity for others. And so get ready, because today's going to be a great session and we're going to hear from some amazing people.
Indeed. I don't know if I could highlight some of the strongest moments for me in this entire 3 days of insight sharing would be the session by Dr. Morris, whereby she said we don't need to have everything figured out, right? So just get started, keep at it, and keep pushing, right? And like she said, she's like the Dr. Mom, right, of the metaverse, and she's always open to encouraging and supporting those that want to get started with emerging technologies, even educators alike, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love that she even said, you are the next tech giants, right?
Sure,
so
sure.
amazing message from Messina.
Yeah. Great. So we'll be switching to the first panel session. I'll be moderating that session, and I think Jennifer will be in the background listening, and also I know she will definitely have a couple of questions for the guys, right? So, so permit me to add Walid, Mariella, and Matthew to the stream, and then we'll officially begin the first panel session for today. And please, if you have any questions for any of us on the panel, please feel free to add it in the chat, and we'll definitely answer them during the stream. So I'm adding, I hope Walid is ready for us. Mariella is also ready. So Walid is here, Mariella is here, and yeah, hi guys.
Hi, Don.
Hi,
Okay.
hi everyone.
We're waiting on Matthew. I think he just jumped off, right? But before we start, let's just do some basic introductions. Walid, could you do us the honors?
Great. My name is Walid Kilonzi. I'm an extended reality producer at Fallowhide, based in Nairobi, Kenya. We create internal communications and digital marketing solutions for multinationals based in Africa. But of course, we also create narrative experiences and work closely with African governments to see how can we bring a powerful digital presence in different aspects of not just business but also social welfare.
Cool. That's great. Mariella?
Hi everyone, I'm Marielle, founder of Studio Mass. I am I okay. How do we get into XR? So my background was in film. I used to produce film festivals and various different kind of events and exhibitions, and film led me into XR. And I remember the first VR film I ever watched was actually it was a Saudi Arabian film, and I was sat on top of a crane. And I remember feeling like, oh my God, this is insane. And that kind of got me hooked. And that was about 5 years ago. And since then, I've been thinking about different kind of emerging technologies and how to incorporate them into my own practice with the stories that we tell.
So I think we have like 4 minutes before we get started, but I just want to ask this question, like for you guys, what was your first interaction with VR? Like your first experience with a VR headset, Walid?
Wow. Could this possibly be 2015, possibly 2016?
Nice.
The Gear VR, if
Oh,
not the car. No, I think it was the Gear VR when it was really hot, quite literally and also metaphorically speaking. It was you couldn't go 2 minutes without the phone wanting to explode. But yeah, and it was a horrible experience. But my proper interaction with VR came with a mobile phone accessibility, right? So how can we experience some of these immersive technologies in a way that doesn't necessarily have to use these tools? So Google Street View, YouTube 360 videos and stuff like that. That to me was a lot more powerful back then. So that was my first interaction with VR.
um,
Should I?
that's good. Yeah,
I
sure.
was I was just about to retract actually my previous thing. I was thinking, oh no, that wasn't the first. I would say maybe that was the first VR film I watched, which was at Cannes in 2018. Was the one where I was on top of the crane. However, in 2015 or 2016, I distinctly remember wearing a VR headset. This was actually at my uni, and it was an animal rights installation. And they didn't tell you. I remember it was really cool. They had an installation. They're like, "Oh, come and try out this cool thing." And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" So I put on the VR headset, and then was brought, into a pig slaughterhouse. So that was my first VR experience.
Awesome. I don't know if Matthew can hear us. He's having issues with his video. But I added him on the stream via audio. So Matthew, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good. We can hear you.
Hi. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a challenge. Um, Sometimes my browser, I don't know, for some strange reason, it doesn't allow my camera through. I've done all sorts of settings, but
Yeah, it's fine.
nonetheless, so yeah, it's definitely good to see you guys, Jennifer, Walid, Mariella, Arame. It's great to see you guys. I'm looking forward to the panel session with you guys. So
Amazing.
yeah.
So could you like introduce yourself so we can get started?
Oh, sure. Yeah, my name is Matthew. I am the founder of Albastic. Albastic is a brand focused on creating immersive experiences using 3D tech, virtual reality, and augmented reality. And we majorly use Unreal Engine to build our solutions. I have a background in video production, architectural visualization. Although I didn't study architecture, but I had the privilege to work with an architectural firm where I was basically building 3D experiences for the architectural fees using both 3D and VR. What else? Yeah, then of course I have a background. I had worked with an advertising agency as well. So basically video production, 3D architecture, ad agency. And my first VR experience was, I think it was 2017. It was like a VR car simulator where when you wear the VR headset, you literally, so there was like this hardware that had like every component a car had. And so when you wore the headset, you would literally be inside a Formula One car or any car of your choice. And then you could literally control using the steering wheel or the pedals, and it had a gear shift. So after that experience, I made up my mind that I was definitely going to create content and not just consume. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for joining us. So we're about to start. Jennifer, we'll see you in a bit.
See you. Can't wait to hear the conversation.
Great. Thank you so much. Great. So hello all. Thank you all for joining us for the summit and our panel session. So I'll be moderating this session around XR and storytelling and exploration of creative possibilities. We're supposed to be 4 people on the screen. Matthew has some video issues, so you'll be hearing his audio instead. And he's also readily available to answer some of the questions for the panel session. So I'll be starting with my very good friend and brother from Kenya, Walid. I know you are doing amazing stuff as an XR producer. My first question is, how do you leverage immersive storytelling techniques to enhance brand messaging and uniquely engage their target audience? So basically, at the moment, how are you leveraging on XR, right, and fusing it with immersive storytelling techniques to help businesses reach their preferred target audience?
Great. So I generally believe that XR has ingredients that sort of separates itself from other forms of media. And so I generally have my own recipe of how I would go about this. So I know I would have 1 cup of agency. So that would mean the freedom of choice. How do I take advantage of that to make sure that the audience that is going to be going through this XR experience will take advantage of? And also as a director and producer. So once you have your 1 cup of agency, you definitely need 2 scoops of presence. So agency generally helps to generate presence. So people tend to feel like they're actually there and they can possibly or can interact with that environment. So how do you also use that to drive a message forward? Then I would have 3 tablespoons of immersion. That would mean, how can I trick this alternate reality to make sure that whoever is going through it is not distracted by the tool in itself, be it a VR headset, be it a phone, or be it a laptop. Then lastly, you have your 4 teaspoons of scale. So how can I show a true sense of scale and space to create either empathy and or chemistry? So if it's a narrative experience that an NGO or possibly the government wants to show this case study and what that impact means from an emotional perspective, how can we show scale? If we're talking about infrastructure, if we're talking about, just generally infrastructure, really, how can we show a better sense of scale if somebody was actually in that presence? But when it comes to, and that creates empathy. And when it comes to more of the manufacturing kind of side, more of a business oriented kind of experience, how can we create the chemistry of fine muscle memory? Can this person remember how they were trained through this XR experience? Can they remember what sort of training that was going on? Were they distracted by anything? Did this alternate reality serve the purpose that it was supposed to serve? And then, you really have your secret spice, which helps you solve your communication problems or take narratives to the next level. and then you have your delicious serving of an XR experience. So that's how we typically cook our XR experiences to make sure that we're enhancing brand messaging in a unique way.
Nice. And from my interaction with you, I know you have worked with a couple of big brands, right, in helping curate some of their training processes, especially for new hires to understand how things works, right? So you're doing a very, very good job in that space, and I must really acknowledge that. So well done. Moving on to Mariella. I know you're an amazing personality in terms of spatial storytelling. My question is, how can XR technologies improve the immersive narrative experience? And from your engagement so far, what are some of the innovative ways XR can transform traditional storytelling methods and engage audiences on a deeper level?
I think one key thing that I always think about when I'm approaching, and I'm sure most people do, Walid, I'm sure you've mentioned all of these things already, but is when you have a story, obviously you think about your audience and how you're going to talk to your audience, how you're going to engage your audience. And there have been a couple of things for me with XR, but I think what XR allows you to do beyond more traditional mediums is kind of provides two things, I would say, immersion and interactivity. And I think thinking about those two elements and how you can develop them, I don't know, I like to think of like audience participation as kind of on a scale. If I'm sitting in the cinema and I'm watching a film, say per se, I'm kind of in my seat. I can't really move that much. Maybe I can leave to buy some popcorn, come back, but the story there is like in front of me. If I'm in a VR experience, I have a lot more possibilities, depending on how it is. But whether you're standing or sitting. If I think of one of the kind of most extreme experiences I've done, I was literally traversing on a moving train when I was wearing a VR headset. And I was, physically traveling through this space, which was also traveling at the same time as me. And I think in terms of kind of possibilities, one, I'd say that level of immersion and your participation as an audience member completely changes because you become a participant rather than like an audience, if that makes sense. So I'd say that's probably the key thing in terms of like deeper level engagement would be immersion and interaction from my side.
Amazing. I love your insights on how we can give the audience a perspective of being in the story, right? Understanding the actors and what is being said, right? So that's valid, right? We need to find a way to transform traditional storytelling and leverage on immersive technologies, whereby for those that are not within the vicinity of where the activity or that story was captured, they can actually be there virtually in VR, right? So that's a very good one.
Am I allowed to add one thing quickly? So, because I think this is kind of cool. I was experiencing a joint VR experience last year. There were 4 of us. And what I thought was particularly cool in that one was in terms of our journey, we couldn't access new parts of the space until we like did a task together. So we all had to touch a tree or we had to do something. And I think that's super exciting in terms of, because a lot of people always say, oh, VR is really isolating because you're wearing your headset, you're kind of in your own space. But I think the more we can think about leveraging these technologies to connect people in completely different places in this kind of virtual space is really exciting.
I think I had that experience also when I was in France for the Notre Dame VR experience, right? So it was a group VR, more like a VR experience, and we could not unlock certain levels until we all did it together, right? So it was quite fun, I must say. So moving on to Matthew. Matthew, sorry if you can't see Matthew, right? But you can hear Matthew, right? He has video issues, but he's here with us, and he'll be speaking on. He'll basically be speaking. And Matthew, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yeah. So my question for you is, I know you are doing amazing stuff as an XR content developer. I know you're an Unreal Engine expert, right? My question is, from your experience so far, what unique advantages does VR or XR brings to storytelling compared to traditional mediums, right? This is more like a follow-up question from Mariella. And how can you share an example of a project where you were able to harness the power of VR to create an immersive storytelling experience?
Yeah, definitely. So just to add to what Mariella said, I think she did like justice to the initial question. So basically, just like she said, one of the major advantages of virtual reality over traditional medium um, is the fact that it is highly immersive and interactive, and also it doesn't require you to be there physically, right? So you can literally be in your bedroom, or you can literally be having breakfast and you're having amazing experiences. um so an example of a VR experience or an XR experience that we created that harnessed virtual reality for to tell a story. So I've done quite a number of things, especially in the architectural space. There was this particular experience I'd never forget. Um, so the client, he was trying to build a property, a residential property, and his wife wasn't aware. And then she couldn't go to the physical location at the time. So I think she had a physical situation at that time. So she was recovering from something. And then um, leveraging virtual reality, we then simulated the residential apartments in VR. And then when he took the headset to his wife, and when she got into the environment, I mean, she literally shed tears because she was amazed. Because it was sort of a surprise for her, because at that time the property was ready, and he needed to surprise because she couldn't be there physically, so he had to take her there virtually. And then the next thing, he had to let her know that, so this is our new property, and we're going to move into this property. And so in that experience, we basically, virtual reality broke the barrier of the physical location, so she didn't have to be there physically, but she still had the same experience as though she was there physically, right? So that was like a really amazing experience I had. And I mean, there are countless others, but I would stick to that one for now.
I agree with you, right? For me, I believe VR or XR, right, has the opportunity to provide a certain target audience the ability to relive or see future experiences now, right? I remember I saw a video whereby a mother who lost her child, a young girl, right, was supported by a studio whereby they were able to recreate that young girl using some of her images, right, in VR. And now the mother had that experience of seeing her daughter again in a virtual environment. So being able to relive certain experiences it's a very huge plus for storytelling and fusing it with extended reality technology. So moving on to Walid. So Walid, I know you have done a lot of projects, right? Could you share like a specific project where you successfully employed XR technologies to create a very interactive and unique storytelling experience, and how it impacted the brand, community, and message, and also possibly audience engagement as regard that project? You muted, Walid?
Sorry, for a second there, my network's going a bit crazy. Great. So I'm horrible at introducing myself. I forgot to mention the people I've worked with. But we've worked with the likes of Google Africa, Google Arts and Culture, the Machakos County, the national government of Kenya, Nestle, Coca-Cola, bottlers, and other amazing clients. But I think maybe I would like to speak on just three briefly. One, I think that is very dear to my heart is what we did with Machakos County, the Department of Tourism, Sports and Culture, where they sanctioned a virtualization, data collection, and mapping of Machakos tourism business network using VR, in collaboration, of course, with my company and in partnership with Google Africa. Basically, we were able to shoot more than 30 documentaries, shoot more than easily 5,000 assets in 360 photos, 360 videos, 3D videos, and 3D photos to be able to be consumed on Google platforms during the pandemic. And I mean, one of the most beautiful things was that I was doing this in my own home county, where businesses that I grew up with were shutting down. So, kind of helping them create a digital presence that assisted them with marketing tools and stuff in partnership with Google Africa was really amazing, because even right after the pandemic just ended is when we completed the project. So they had content they could use. The county had content that they could use to kind of attract an international and also national audience, which we were great. We were happy to see that we were able to save several businesses just by doing that. Even Google's generosity of giving these hoteliers up to $50 worth of ad credits to kind of run ads, free training and all that was really, really powerful. Apart from that, we've worked with Coca-Cola bottlers to kind of create simulations and 360 video explainer videos around how to behave yourself and how to use certain machines within the factory. Of course, that's far much more effective from a muscle memory perspective, where you actually get to do what you're supposed to do within that virtual setting. So creating a digital twin to be able to make that happen. And also, we've been lucky to also work with Nestle Kenya, whereby we created a simulation and a 360 video experience where Nestle has a very comprehensive training module. So, no, safety module. So they take safety really seriously. So the idea was, how could we make it a short experience, and none, people are not distracted, and also that the muscle memory kicks in once they get into the factory or they're around the factory premise. And we were so happy to hear, ever since we made that simulation and that experience, that nobody so far has gotten hurt, which to me is so powerful. That means that whatever we build, it's my joy. Whatever we build has consequence and impact in what we're doing, in whatever space that we're doing. So digital marketing, training, and safety to me is one of the best ways of kind of using XR technologies in the business space to be able to sort of solve problems we thought we could never solve. Because, like, for example, we've all attended very boring trainings, right? And people get distracted, and now attention spans are even shorter than ever. So then, how do you put somebody in a setting that would allow them to feel like they're in another sort of reality, do what they're supposed to be doing, and for them to actually physically do it so that they can actually remember once they get to whatever space they're getting into. So even in the African market, I think it's unique. It's not necessarily a copy paste of sorts. For instance, what we've come to realize is that experiences need to be shorter. They need to be extremely shorter and kind of straight to the point. So you have no room to kind of get creative around it. But that also allows you to ask yourself, how effective could we possibly get with the simulation? Also thinking around connectivity. Amazingly, some of these companies are situated in places where connectivity is an issue. So how do we create an offline experience? How can we make sure that if they have the VR headset, if they have a link to this virtual experience, or maybe if they can have access to that kind of connectivity to kind of click on the link, what are the alternatives? So we also make sure that our experiences are offline most of the time. That allows the business to continue kind of doing its thing without having to depend on connectivity issues. So yeah, I think that's it from me.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. So I know you basically target some of the top brands that have at least a very large supply chain and would love to engage their employees in terms of training, virtual trainings, right? So deploying such immersive experiences and fusing it with storytelling will be a plus for on-skill trainings, right? Like you currently do in Kenya, right? So I would say like, well done. My next question for Mariella is my pre-question is, I know you have traveled like vastly across Africa, right? If you can mention like your top 5 countries you have visited on the continent so far.
I feel like vastly is definitely not the case. But I've traveled a little bit. I don't know. Oh God, top 5. No, I can't do that. But I can say my gateway. The first country that I moved to was Ghana, so Ghana will always be home. And yeah, but yeah, it's, I don't know. Africa's a very, very large place with many different types of many different countries, which are very different.
But I know you have been to Nigeria. You have done a couple of projects in Nigeria, especially in Lagos, right? So my question is, as someone who has worked like basically in some key countries in Africa, right? What unique opportunities and challenges do you see in utilizing XR for storytelling, especially in emerging markets? And how can XR contribute to global equality and social development in these regions?
I think, Walid, obviously you've touched upon a key kind of pain point or sticking issue, which is connectivity. And I think what you've done around offline is really interesting, because you can create all these great experiences, but if no one can use them, then they become a bit defunct, don't they? Right. So that one is really important. And I've been at the mercy of that myself. But I think if we look at the more kind of exciting side of things, I get surprised every year at the kind of, I don't know, still the novelty of the XR space, which I find really exciting. I guess I kind of think each year, oh, there's going to be like, it's going to settle. We're going to have a distribution pipeline. We're going to have the exhibitions. So some like big giant is going to take it over and it's all going to make sense. And it's just not the case. And I think that is really exciting because all over the world, you have people who are working on it. So you've got people like I've just literally, my mind is always blown by the stuff that you see being created in Taiwan, in Korea, and then the amazing stuff that's being created, as I say, in Nigeria, in Kenya, in South Africa, I mean, in many other places in Africa too. And may I add, I don't know, I was actually just at Cannes Film Festival a couple of days ago, and I was a bit shocked at the lack of XR stuff. So I think in terms of opportunities, it's, the way I see it is everyone is still grappling with this space. People are creating stuff, which I think is great. A lot of people are creating content, but people, we've had this conversation around how are people watching it? Like, how do you get your content out to people, especially when it's storytelling, kind of narrative entertainment content, for want of a better word? How do you get it out to people? What's better? What tools have they got to watch it? What spaces do they watch it in? Do they watch it at home? How do you make it a shared experience? People are still answering those questions all over the world, and no one really has a fixed solution for it. So I think it's just a really exciting opportunity, and yeah, I think like there's kind of the potential for like why not Africa be the home of XR? Like, I think it's just a lot of people. There's so much that still needs to be worked out in this industry, which makes it great.
I agree. Like Walid said on the podcast, right? we need to find a way to create our own metaverse in Africa, right? If I'm to use the word metaverse, right? But basically creating our own experiences that are totally unique and different, right? Because most times I see experiences done abroad, right? They don't have that historic feel to it, right? Like that very, very engaging and interactive historic feel to it. But when it comes to Africa, right, you can spend the whole day watching an XR experience that was maybe made in Kenya or in South Africa because it's totally new, right? And it's an experience that you can retell to anybody that wants to understand what you actually um, saw, right? And that will move me on to my next question for Matthew. So Matthew is like he's a guru in Unreal Engine development, and my question is, with your experience so far using Unreal Engine, right? How do you see like the platform or the engine shaping the future of XR storytelling? And also, what are the possibilities for creatives to either leverage on it or deploy it for their own productions?
Awesome. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna start off by saying this. So amazingly, we had Epic Games come to Nigeria. I think that was, when was that? Early this month. Yeah, first week of this month. And beautiful thing is, I was part of the local committee, from Nigeria. Now, the first challenge we had. So I'm gonna speak of the challenge with Unreal Engine that we faced, right, as a continent, as a nation. Then before I talk about the amazing possibilities. Now, the first challenge was the fact that Unreal Engine is hardware intensive, right? I mean, you need to have like powerful graphics card and all of that. But then the team came and then they made an announcement of how they are trying to sort that. So they had sorted that in India first, and now they're trying to bring that to Africa. So right now they are introducing virtual machines, and with the use of virtual machines, you don't need to have a powerful PC, right? You can log on with your standard PC, log on to a virtual machine and access the powers of a high end PC, to run your Unreal Engine. So first of all, I just want to encourage everybody listening. So that's like a huge step, in which Epic Games is trying to get the engine accessible to all. So irrespective of your, I mean, they're trying to take out the hardware limitations. So right now, literally everybody and anybody can create. Now, Unreal Engine, as far as I'm concerned, it used to be popular as a game engine, but right now it has gone beyond just being a game engine. I mean, you literally can use Unreal Engine for your architectural Vs, for your 3D animation, for your cinematics, for your short films, for your game development, for your augmented reality content, and I mean for your 3D product visualizations, and the list goes on and on. In terms of the opportunities available to creatives here, um, first of all, you can literally, I mean, Unreal Engine cuts across almost every sector right now. Okay. In terms of, obviously, like I said, storytelling, virtual reality. If you want to build stuff in the architectural space, I mean, Unreal Engine is powerful for that, because with the whole idea of real time tech, I feel like they what's the word? They brought a lot of breakthroughs when it comes to real time. Now with 5.2, we have Nanite, we have Lumen, and now we're expecting, before the year runs out, the MetaHuman animator. I mean, I literally can't wait for that, because now people can, with the use of an iPhone, record themselves and transfer that data onto a 3D character. So the possibilities are endless now. I mean, if you watched the demo they did, you can literally, in the space of 2-3 minutes, you have an animated, realistic 3D character with both facial capture and motion capture, right? Now we can tell African stories, okay? We can use African voices, we can showcase African dances, and I mean, all this can be explored in the XR space. Say, for example, if you are a dance instructor, right? I mean, you can use XR to teach people how to dance, right? With the advancement in technology with both facial and body capture, we are able to create. I mean, if you go online, it's hard. African dances are beginning to go viral, right? But then, how come we don't have them in the metaverse yet, right? How come we don't have them as VR content or XR content? Yeah. So I feel like that's one way. I mean, creatives can. I mean, a lot of people love to dance. So how about we create those, we digitize those dances and export them, and we have the global community, explore this dance step and even learn how to, dance using the XR experiences. I mean, so from dances to, like I said, architectural experiences. And also another thing is the Fortnite editor that was released as well. And the moment that was released, still from Epic Games, still from, I mean, the interface is similar to Unreal Engine. Now, the first thing that came to mind when that was released was the fact that, oh, amazing, now we can showcase African content in Fortnite, right? From, I mean, producing 3D models with the use of photogrammetry, African artifacts, stories, characters. I mean, you can have all of that in Fortnite. And that's one way I am trying to get, I'm trying to push the culture into the, I would say, open metaverse. Um, yeah. So yeah.
Great. So I know you have like been a very, very strong advocate for the Unreal Engine community in Africa, right? So I know that would be like a very big plus to have the Unreal Engine team come down to Nigeria and engage with creators and developers. And I know they would have come back with a lot of questions, a lot of feedback to make the engine better. Because I know Africans are very good at asking questions and giving feedback, right? So I know their banks will be full with that, right? But for me, I
Yeah.
feel, yeah, for me, I feel like some of this game engine or XR engines for development might be a bit how do I say, like heavy for new devs, right? Because some of them don't really have the hardware to get started, right? So if some of these platforms can really go virtual, right, whereby people could develop experiences either via virtual staging or virtual softwares, it would be very, very good support for their development. Because when I started off, buying my first VR headset was like the goal, right? And when I got that, it was okay, what next, right? What can I build with it? So hardware might be like a really big constraint, but just like Dr. Morris said yesterday, we just need to get started, no matter how small, just keep building. And that will lead me to my next question for Walid. So I know you have done a couple of XR training experiences for creators in Kenya, right? Content creators, by the way. My question is, what are some of the key considerations for content creators when using XR technologies to tell stories? And how can they ensure that their messages is effectively communicated to the right audience?
Yeah. I think, okay, maybe to me, the answers here are quite obvious. And of course, I will list what they are. But I think we must also ask ourselves before we start creating for XR, whatever idea I have in my mind, does it translate for XR? It, ironically, I'm an advocate for less technology. Ironically, sometimes technology does not need to exist where it doesn't need to exist. That's what I'm a big believer in. So before you start exploring, like, fine, I want to do XR, I want to, tell a story in this. The question is, whatever you have in mind, does it translate well for XR, or does another medium do it justice? Because one of the biggest problems XR is facing is good content, because novelty has won out. So just because you can create it does not mean it's necessarily good. So you have to ask yourself, why does this translate well for XR? And going back to what I said in the beginning, taking advantage of agency, presence, immersion, scale, kind of just using those ingredients to be able to say, fine, this is why my story would make sense for XR. Then, of course, the answers would be, of course, the tools. You need to understand what kind of tools you need to make these XR experiences with. You need to look into what platforms are you going to build on and also still distribute on. And then still coming on distribution, understanding where are you distributing this to, what kind of markets. Are you going to do it locally or internationally, so on and so forth. Then, of course, what kind of partners can you bring in, and what kind of help can you get from the greater XR community. And I think we as Followhide have been very active on trying to find other XR companies, especially here in Kenya, because we believe in competitive, friendly, competitive kind of space. So, but in a way that also makes sense, so that, for example, if there's a studio that needs to do a certain job and they don't have the tools, we're not going to charge them for rent money, but we're just going to assist them in that space. Because remember, the more the market, has people solving that problem, the more demand of XR kind of grows. So, in a way, I genuinely believe, as a company, I think we're on that train of saying, fine, are we in the business of just growing a business also, or do we have a responsibility as kind of a pioneer in this space to kind of provide an opportunity for not just ourselves but others to be able to make money, tell stories, and redefine what it means to be African in this new storytelling tool. So the part of asking help, we are very open in saying, if you need anything, reach out. We see where we can help, kind of a thing. And there are many other companies within Africa that are like-minded. So you don't have to, if you don't have any of these tools, if you don't know which platforms, if you don't know what distribution avenues there could be, if you don't know some of these partners that could help you do this, reach out. I think asking for help really, really helps you get forward with what your idea it needs to be. And lastly, how can they ensure the message is effectively communicated to the audience? Going back to what I said, does the story kind of translate into XR? If it does, then I tend to think platform-wise, you need to take advantage of what currently exists. So, for example, here in Kenya, smartphones are big. Like even the farmer deep in the forest has a smartphone. That means they have AR capabilities. That means they can watch a 360 video on YouTube. So the question is, did you make an experience that is snackable? And what I mean by snackable is that a basic smartphone can have access to it. If it's on YouTube, that means there's a probability of monetizing it, even also using Vimeo. If we're talking about 360 photos, you can host them on Google Maps if this is of an actual place. And even what I've even found funny is that people have never taken advantage of putting certain graphics on 360 photos of their own business to direct like different parts or tell an interesting story. So that's also an interesting way of distributing. When we're talking about AR, in the very least, Android phones have the scan AR experience. So print, how can you take advantage of print and also scanning and having that AR experience? So platforms, distribution platforms, like you need to think about how can I get to the local audience, or if you're talking about the international audience, then it's quite easy. We have curated platforms like the MetaQuest store that you could put your experience there. You have HTC Vive and the store. you have still YouTube, you still have all these other interesting platforms that you could put your experience in. And then lastly, I think taking advantage of non-conventional marketing. Marketing can cost you a lot of money when it comes to kind of telling your story out there, and especially if it's your first time. So how can you take advantage of non-conventional ways? So during the colonial time, the colonialists would have what we call what do you call this? It's like a very big truck that has a projector and a bed sheet where they would project films from the UK and propaganda kind of stuff. And later on, after they left, of course, that's how filmmakers back then in the 60s used to have the traveling films. So, what would stop you from having a traveling XR film, whereby you have your 3 or 4 headsets, you announce at the town center in the afternoon that you'll be having a showcase in the night at the social center, and somebody just has to pay maybe 10 cents of the dollar or even less or even nothing. Then in the high-end parts in urban centers, you can charge $20, $10 for people to experience that in different either VR spaces or hubs, or in malls. Just kind of renting a small place where somebody can come and non-conventional ways of marketing and also distribution. Thinking along those lines of how can I make a TikTok reel that will. I know it's not called a TikTok reel. I don't use TikTok, so I wouldn't know what it's called. But how can I use TikTok to make my experience go viral? How can I talk to creative spaces to post about my film, and so on and so forth? So those two things, non-conventional ways of distribution and non-conventional ways of marketing, really also helps you get your stuff out there. Because remember, nobody knows how this thing works exactly. So, and remember, this is a different market from other markets. You might end up cracking something that we've been, spending a lot of money in R&D trying to fix or trying to solve with such a simple solution. So, yeah, I mean, even till now, even if you're joining XR now, I think you become a pioneer by default because it's still a very young industry and there's a lot to be fixed. So even minds outside XR can help us think of, I call simple, stupid ways of solving some of these problems. Yeah.
Great. He said pioneer by default. So I guess we're all pioneers by default here. Right. So that's very good. Thank you for sharing. So I'm moving on to Mariela. So my question basically is, as a multidisciplinary creative director and experience designer, how do you incorporate human-centered design approaches into developing XR storytelling experiences? And also, if you can give us an example of any project, initiative, or festival that you're able to implement leveraging human-centered design.
Yeah, of course. I think it's interesting, Walid, as what you've just said about, I don't know, if I try and break it down very simply, you have a story and you're thinking about who you want to tell it to, and what medium is best, really. Because that's the beauty of the world that we live in. There are so many mediums. I think if you think about photography, right, you're capturing a moment in time. Film, you're showing a series of continuous moments. And I do believe, and also even XR, right? People go on about XR, but augmented reality is very different to virtual reality, which is very different to mixed reality. And I think spending a bit of time, rather than thinking, I want to do an XR project, thinking about actually, what story do I want to tell? Who do I want to tell it to? And how are they going to consume it? Like taking the step back to answer those 3 questions can be very valuable. And then determining which approach to take. Let me think of say, for example, with VR, I used to, as you say, produce festivals and events, and we still do. And for me, I think VR is a really interesting parallel, because with VR, yes, you're entering a story, but you're entering a world this kind of world that you can explore. And it's, for me, the same as kind of like entering a room or entering it. And that's why it's a experience in that way, because it's broader than just looking at something, looking at content. You're traversing through it, and you have that element of space. So like, if you want to build a world, VR is a good way to do it, I would say. Or, you know, at least something that people can like traverse through. Augmented reality, I mean, I always think is, if you want to like pop your digital into the physical world, this was actually going to be my example, because I was thinking about actually something that a learning for me, something that went a bit wrong. So last year I was working on a fashion project, and we experimented with like, I mean, and can I just say for this, just try loads of mediums if you can. You don't have to do it in an expensive way. You can shoot a film on your iPhone. I've done it. Yeah, it's not going to be something you submit to film festivals, but you just like get out there, try. It's amazing what you can do with a mobile phone. And there are so many tools, particularly in terms of creating augmented reality filters. Like, use Instagram, use Snapchat. All these things are free. Like, just begin there. I think is a really good way to do it. Anyway, we on this fashion project, we had like our first event, and I was like, digital fashion, everyone knows what it is, everyone's comfortable trying it on, wearing it. Absolutely not. So we had created a series of digital garments. People were going to try them on through augmented reality, QR code based, etc., etc. Like, I just thought it was going to be seamless. I was like, yeah, the audience are going to know exactly what to do. Not at all. The questions I had was like, what's a digital garment? I mean, why would I wear a digital garment? What's it even need for? How do I try it on? It doesn't, like, all these things came to light. And so that's why I would also say, like, try and test. Because for us, that was really helpful, because we were like, okay, we know, number one, we need to explain more about digital garments and how they can be used. Number two, we need to make the whole process of trying them on a lot simpler and a lot more seamless, and integrate that into existing technologies rather than kind of creating our own ones. So I guess that would be kind of my main thing, is like, really think about your story, how you're telling it, and the best way to get it to your kind of key audience. I guess the other interesting area is MR. I mean, if I'm really honest, do I have a full understanding of what MR is? I don't know. Like, I think it's still kind of being worked out, no? And that's quite exciting too, because I think we know what virtual reality is somewhat, we know how to use augmented reality, but this kind of area in the middle is pretty cool. The other thing I wanted to add in terms of human-centered design was, yes, we're designing for humans, but another thing I think we have to remember is, there are 2 points. One, as humans, I think what do we like doing? We like connecting with people. So I think an area that I always encourage people, and I even try and program in other events I do, is 360 shared experiences. So we have to remember the power of those. It doesn't always have to be told in a VR headset. If you have a story that you feel people need to experience together, you also have that medium available to you, which you can use, which I think is a good reminder. And then a bit of an anecdote, but when I was at Venice last year, there was a VR experience which was super, super cool. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I'm about to say, but it was kind of like a set design, and it was like amazing. It was like very interactive, 4 people in the experience at once, blah, blah, blah. And actually it turned out to be about the carbon footprint, which I didn't imagine at all, because that was kind of like an afterthought. And I got speaking to the director, and I was like, wow, like, do you do this at all the festivals? Like, and she was like, actually, this is our last one, because in doing this experience, we've done a lot of research into the kind of ecological impact of this, and it's vast. So I think that's another thing to think about, is like, we live in there are many things that we have to consider. And I think the digital industries kind of get a carte blanche. Everyone thinks they're like super eco, super this, which is not really the case. So I think thinking a bit more broadly about the impact that we're leaving by creating these experiences, which then comes down to medium, the best way to do it. And think about your people who you're targeting. I completely agree with you, Walid, in terms of marketing. It's just amazing how far, like, we've done events in like very strange places. I mean, literally, we did an event in a film screening in the largest market in West Africa. I mean, it was like so into how do you reach your audience there? And we didn't bother with most of the marketing that we were using for different locations. We were just like there on the ground. If you talk to the right people, word will travel. What's that like? Just really, I'd say, like, what's your story? Who's your audience? How do you get to them? And if you can kind of stick to that and choose the appropriate mediums for that, it's like a good way to begin.
Amazing. And thank you so much for sharing. So moving on to Matthew. He'll be answering our last question for the panel. Then we'll move to the Q&A in the comments. So Matthew, if you can hear me, right, I know you have done a couple of XR training sessions for newbies, especially in Nigeria, right, as an instructor. My question is, what skills and knowledge are essential for individuals who want to pursue a career in XR storytelling?
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So first of all, before I answer the question, I want to use this opportunity to encourage Africans, right? If you are interested in XR, I mean, XR is broad, right? Whatever area you're interested in, even if it doesn't matter if you're a storyteller, if you are an audio producer, if you're a video editor, I mean, you can literally find your way in the XR space and, create stuff. So I want to encourage you guys to get into the space. I'm going to speak from an Unreal Engine point of view because Unreal Engine is one of the engines that allows you to create XR experiences. Beautiful thing is, still back to Epic Games, permits me. They are gradually finding their foot in Africa, okay, and they are trying to encourage Africans to get into the XR space. I mean, from the last meetup we had, we got to know a lot of packages they have for us in Africa. So if you are interested in XR, now is the time to get into this space. Now, how can you get into this space? I would start off by saying, in terms of XR as a whole, you can either get into 3D space, and that would require you to learn the likes of Blender or any DCC application out there, Maya, Blender. But I mean, Blender is free, so obviously you can start off with Blender. If you are able to, pay for some of the other packages, why not feel free? And then you have game engines, Unity, Unreal Engine, and the likes. Nowadays, you have no code engines such as SwiftXR, which is made by even an African, and other platforms out there, right? Now that's the 3D side of things. Now there's the 360 side of things that require. So if you are a videographer already, a photographer, you can get into the XR space, by telling your stories in a more immersive experience using 360 cameras to capture moments, like Mariella said, photo moments or video, continuous moments. Then if you are the technical person, you love to code, you love to program, definitely. So for Unreal Engine, the major programming language is C++. However, Unreal Engine has this visual scripting for people who are not so technical with coding. So for artists, you can get into the the visual scripting system called Blueprint, right, where you can connect nodes and create interactive experiences. So yeah, I mentioned Unity. Now, in terms of what we've done in the past for trainings, so we have collaborated with the likes of American Corner, African Comicade, and a few other organizations to train Africans, especially from ground zero, to as far as they want to go, right, in the XR space. And beautiful thing is, one of the things the team from Epic Games introduced or mentioned was the fact that now they are trying to certify instructors. So basically, instructors that will be recognized by Epic Games in Africa, right? So that's actually a big plus because that way we are being represented in the international space, and we can also now the good thing is we can begin to teach in our local dialects because some people may not understand English, but they are willing to get into the XR space, right? By virtue of these certifications, we are able to teach and build and train our own brothers and sisters, because we understand the ecosystem. We understand how we can use XR to create experiences that are unique to Africans and tell African stories to a global audience, right? So I really want to encourage people to get into the space, whatever it is. Do your research if you want to get into the game engine space. I mean, Unreal Engine, Unity. If you want to get into the 360 space, right? Tell immersive stories, showcase immersive images. If you are the technical person, if you are the 3D person, so whatever it is, the possibilities are endless, right? And from time to time, I'm going to be sharing on my LinkedIn profile various programs that Epic Games have or has for Africans, and that can really, fast track your learning processes or process as the case may be, depending on the area of specialization you want to get into the XR space. And of course, more programs, that are not limited to Epic Games alone or Unreal Engine. I use Unreal Engine as a major pipeline. So that's why I'm mentioning Unreal Engine. But obviously, there are other learning opportunities, right? That one can get into this space. So definitely, aside from the trainings we are organizing, with different bodies in Nigeria, we are also looking forward to partner with other organizations outside of Nigeria, in Africa. I mean, it would be lovely to do something with Walid or Mariela, whereby we are building the economy, the ecosystem, and we are building the community as well. Thank you.
I think Epic Games should really get you as an ambassador, right? You're doing a very good job. All right. So for me, I would say if you want to just get started with XR, you must have a why. Why are you doing this? Right? Why do you want to get into a tech that is still trying to understand its onions, right? But it's good to get started early, right? Just why you need to have a why is because you might reach a stage during your learning process that you might get bored, you might get tired or disappointed, right? So having that purpose, that passion will basically keep you going, and you'll be like the best version of yourself, right? That has worked for me, and I know it has worked for a couple of good people around me. Yeah, I think we're done with the questions for now, and I'll be moving on to the comments. We have a couple of questions. I think we have one question from Karen. Yeah, let me add it to the stream. So Karen said it has been an amazing session thus far. I have a question for the panelists. As a front-end developer and a medical student who finds interest in XR, how can he or she get started? Walid, how can somebody get started with XR with that background?
There are a lot of courses online on Coursera, Udemy. There's YouTube University where you could go through tutorials. But I think start with the Google Daydream Impact course on Coursera. You don't necessarily have to pay for the certificate, which is $15, but the course is free. It makes you understand a lot of the technical side of what VR specifically is. They also have a course on AR. I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's still on Coursera, which kind of just takes you through also the technical side. Because if you understand how it works, then you then understand the basics enough to be able to create something. But of course, look into platforms like the Meta Spark for AR. Look at Snapchat Lens. Look at TikTok Effects House, if you're thinking about AR, because I think social AR is far much better than anything else because you already have an audience there, and it's free. Then if you're looking into creating 360 films, look into Insta360. I would not advise you any other camera company out there. Um, if you're wanting to get into development, I would heavily suggest Unity before touching Unreal. Um, Mostly because Unity has already built a relationship with Meta and HTC Vive. Um, so there's a lot of drag and drop stuff. I have no experience in 3D. I have people who I work with who assist me with that. Uh, but I could make an experience tonight if I wanted to. I just needed to drag and drop certain resources that Meta provides, that Unity provides. So you can even get started with world building right off the bat. So those are some few companies and sort of resources you could look into, um, that could help you out. There's a lot of applications in the medical space. I think the one that could be a thing uh, is entertainment. I know hospitals tend to not have entertainment rooms or anything like that, but the idea that the kids, or just ideally anybody who's tech savvy and is mobile, can be able to have an AR experience in their own corner, because hospitals can get uh, boring, sad, depressing. So I think entertainment, because I don't see exactly how a doctor can use VR or AR apart from a training perspective. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think from an entertainment perspective, from a marketing perspective for hospitals, um, you know, educational perspective. So saying if there's an outbreak, let's say, uh, I won't say COVID again because that might actually end up happening for real. So I won't put it out there. But right now there's a cholera outbreak pretty much in sub-Saharan Africa. So for the posters, can you make an AR experience that simplifies and shows scale of what it does either to the body or where it's kind of transversing? Is there a technique that keeps people away from cholera and they might not know how to kind of deal with it? I think AR is great for showing for education. It's a very easy experience that you can make even for social platforms. So those are the places where I see, like, right off the bat, you could simply create something, and I'm pretty sure hospitals would take notice and want to run with it. So yeah.
Cool. Just to add to that, Karen, if you still stay on the stream, I would share a link to a couple of resources to get started, right? Courses online, you can just get started with. I'll find it in my email. I have like a resource list of that. So I'll share it with you in the comment section, and you can share it with anybody that wants to get started with XR. And like what it said, you could leverage on some of the big stakeholders like Google, Meta. They already have like courses you could take, right? Like no code courses. You could start with Spark AR, right? You don't need a very intensive system to do an AR based experience, right? So just get started basically. For Matthew, I don't know if you can answer this question. Someone is asking if there's a link to the Epic Games roadmap for Africa.
Um, I mean, there isn't any specific link to like the roadmap. However, there is a WhatsApp group that was created by the team when they visited, and it cuts across Africa, and you have a lot of amazing talents in that WhatsApp group. I think there are over 200 people, 200 talents who use Unreal Engine basically. I will try to get the link to the WhatsApp group, then share. So basically,
Okay.
you join, and the admin would grant you access because they share a lot of opportunities on that WhatsApp group. They also share trainings because they also run trainings as well. And basically a lot of amazing resources out there. So you get to even connect with other Africans who use Unreal or who are trying to get into using Unreal Engine. So I'll share that with Aram, I guess, and he can further share that.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll be sharing two links then, the link to the Epic Games community and also the links to the learning resources. I think I'll best do that via email, right? So everybody that were not able to attend can also have it. In terms of your question on what possible XR community can one find themselves as a newbie, right? I think the earliest and maybe the earliest so far is the AR/VR Africa community, right? They have presence all across the continent, right? Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa. If you're in any of those countries, you could join them, right? And you could also check out Electric Start is also doing amazing work in South Africa. So if you're in South Africa, check out Electric Start and the AR/VR community in also in South Africa. I don't know for Kenya if Walid can add to that. I know there are a lot of committees there, right? But you can also reach out to Walid if you're in Kenya, right?
Yep.
You definitely.
We do have Craft Reality, where we train specifically creatives on how to use the technology for commercial use and also for narrative use. And also very soon we are going to be a distribution platform for kind of just doing what do you call this? Not really festivals, but showcases for specific artists who are in XR. Yeah.
So we're supposed to be jumping into the next panel session, but I want us to answer this question. My sincere apologies to Alice and the team. The question basically is, I would love to know, are there any works ongoing harnessing VR era for health and rehabilitation? I'll talk around the rehabilitation aspect, right? I have a friend, Kunle Adewale, right? He's based in Nigeria and he has a project that targets seniors, so adult homes, those that are in the adult homes, right? So they have now an opportunity to experience some of their experiences in their youth, right? Currently. So what he does is he goes to adult homes, partners with them, and give them the occupiers of those places an opportunity to relive certain experiences. So imagine somebody who is like 80 plus, having the opportunity to have a VR experience of some of their best musics and video showcases, maybe in last 50, 60 years, right? So there's so many projects that are already leveraging AR, VR for healthcare, right? It's just for you to do your research, right? I could share a couple with you, right? If you could reach out. But trust me, on the continent, we have a lot of companies and initiatives that are deploying AR, VR for healthcare.
Right. Can I add something very quickly for Karen? Karen, I just want to say, one, the XR community is really friendly. So just send people messages. That's what I do. It's how I met Aram. Like, reach out. People will respond there because it's new to everybody. So, and also speaking for someone who's not from the technical side at all, I'm from the design side. I work with someone on the technical side. Don't let that be a barrier. If you're not sure about how to use this tools, talk to someone who knows how to use them, or just experiment with it and don't be put off by that if that's not your expertise. You really can get into it without knowing that. Like, I wouldn't worry about that at all.
Great. Matthew, can you help with this so we can wrap it up?
Sorry. Okay. How do I get started with training on XR AEC? Okay. So basically, I would speak from, of course, the Unreal side of things. So basically, so it says architecture. I mean, if you're an architect already, or you're in the process of becoming one, and either in the AEC space, first thing is to choose a 3D modeling tool, because most likely you would have to create your models, right? For now, Unreal Engine is not so great in modeling. It's best to do your modeling outside of Unreal. So whatever tool suits you best, it could be Maya, it could be 3ds Max, whatever it is. Then when you have done your modeling, the next thing you want to do is to export your assets to Unreal Engine. Once you have done that, the good thing is you can do your texturing there. You can do your programming there. You can do literally everything apart from modeling. Okay. I would also share a link, if possible, to some courses that would help you out in terms of getting into the XR space, for AEC, using Unreal Engine per se. So yeah.
Cool. So we're sharing 3 links now, right? The resources, the Epic community, and also the links to get started with AEC with AR/VR. So Karen, you don't need to bother, right? You can still reach out to Matthew. He's in Lagos. If you're in Lagos, and if you're in the UK, you can reach out to Mariella, right? She'll hook you up, right? So thank you guys for sharing your insights and input as regards XR and storytelling and exploration of creative possibilities. We'll be moving on to the next panel session by my very good friend Alice from the Atlantic Institute, and they'll be talking about community develop AR, bringing us together when we're apart. Sounds interesting. I know it will be very, very insightful also. I can see Mariella and the team in the back end, so we'll just switch in a couple of minutes, right? And I'll say a very big thank you to Walid, Matthew, Mariella for their time, for sharing their insights on the fusion of XR with storytelling. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Great. So I'll add my very good friend Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. How was it?
Hello. It's going well. It's going well. I'm sitting back listening to all of the great insights and encouragement that the panels offered. Absolutely phenomenal. It's great when we get creators together to be able to talk about their perspectives. In many ways, I think we should do it more often in this space. Yeah, because we get such varied perspectives that put things out there that maybe no one of us could have come up with. So great job with the panelists. Really enjoyed the conversation. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, Alice is ready. I hope the rest of the team are ready. Mildred, Petronella. So I'll be adding Alice first to the stream. She's here.
Hello.
Hi, Alice.
Hey.
Hi, Alice. How are you? Della.
I'm good. I'm good.
Hi there.
Mildred and Petronella. Hi, guys. So, Alice. Hi. Alice, I will allow you to just take over. It's your session, so have fun.
Brilliant.
It's a very insightful session.
Cool. Thank you so much. And I feel so thankful that you've given the Atlantic Fellowship this space, and my head is just buzzing from that session before. I love that there is this interdisciplinary focus and that it's about kind of bringing everybody in. So yeah, feel delighted to be here.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'd like to take the floor as the moderator. Basic steps might be everybody introduce themselves so the audience can know who they are listening to, and then you guys can get started.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
I think we've got half an hour together. Irome, if that has changed based on schedule, just send me a chat and I will run with it. But yeah, I think we have half an hour together. So yeah, thank you so much. My name is Alice Rowe, and as I just said before, we are so happy to be here. We feel so grateful that Immersive Africa have given us this space. We are all members of the Atlantic Fellows community, which is a kind of ecosystem of change makers who are united around this kind of common goal of wanting to eradicate inequities in all sorts of different contexts. We're so global. And recently we have put a strategic focus on XR in the context of the climate emergency, on thinking about how we can use emerging technology to be together when we're physically apart, to reduce our carbon emissions, and also think about how XR can lift up and champion the equity work of the Atlantic Fellows. So I am a member of staff at the Institute, as is Petronella, and Della and Mildred are incredible Atlantic Fellows. So I'm going to let each of you introduce yourselves, but I will just say these three women are spectacular, and it is my privilege to work with each of you. So I'll pass to you first, Petronella.
Hi, Alison. Thank you for having me. So, as Alison said, I'm a member of staff at the Atlantic Institute based at Oxford in the UK. My name is Patrina Ngaba. I'm currently in Johannesburg and grateful that I have electricity in this moment, which becomes important for this conversation. But yeah, I work at the Atlantic Institute as one of the program and impact leads, thinking about how best to support our fellows across the world, but particularly on the African continent, where 5 of our 7 programs recruit. Yeah, so happy to be here today having a conversation about XR and the work that we've done around that. I don't know, Alice, if you want me to say a little bit more about our organization, just by way of introduction, because
Do you
I
know
think
what?
we went on about
My
it. Yeah.
my first question to you will be all about that. So if we pass on to Mildred for now, but we are coming right back to you, Patronella, to talk about the Africa Hub in particular. So Mildred,
Yeah, that's
over to
good.
you.
Thank you so much, Alice, and good evening, everyone, or good morning, depending on wherever you are. My name is Mildred Omino. I am an Atlantic Fellow for Health Equity. I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya, and my work is focusing on disability justice. I'm actually a disability justice activist, working around the intersections of gender and disability in health. Currently working also as the disability liaison at the University of Nairobi, with more focus around championing health equity for women with disability, also issues of urban justice, and also issues of education equity with respect to people with disability. Happy to be here and looking forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. My name is Della Wilson. I am an Atlantic Fellow for Racial Equity. I am based in Atlanta, Georgia, but when I joined the Atlantic Fellows back in 2019, I was Washington, D.C. at the time. I am the founder and CEO of Axel Impact Studio. We're a social innovation studio at the nexus of creativity and collaboration. And what that means is we get to design really impactful experiences and strategies that are future focused. And I think the best way to talk about our work is to see it in example. And so actually this weekend, I am at Serenbe Farms, which is a sustainable farming community in Northern Georgia, where we're hosting a retreat on Black farming and bringing together community organizers, Black farmers. I have on a Pay Black Farmers shirt. I do want to put that out there. As well as investors and folks in the technology space to iterate and brainstorm on how we can better work together to impact and address issues of climate change, issues of land loss that is rampant across the southern United States, and particularly Georgia, that has a complicated history here. And so I'm really excited to have been a part of this project and have worked with this team, and looking forward to talk about how AR and XR is used as a community building tool.
Brilliant. Thank you, Della. And you have some beautiful birds in your background, which will make us all feel very kind of whimsical today, which I love. Thank you all. And yeah, just to kind of lay a foundation for you all with the Atlantic Fellowship, what's really important, which kind of ran through the last panel as well, is that we believe we can't leave the development of this sort of technology up to those in Silicon Valley. We can't leave it up to them to play, to explore, to research. And so the panel today is kind of about what happens when people who don't ordinarily, in some of our cases, have access to these sort of technologies. What happens when our community gets to play and dream in XR? So I'll start with you, Patronella, given that this is Immersive Africa. Could you please give us a kind of a bit of background into the Atlantic Institute and the community that that we're going to be talking about in XR, but with a particular focus on the Africa Hub?
Thank you so much, Alice. I'm so excited to be here today, especially listening to the panels before us today and listening to all the wisdom. So I am one of the people that get the privilege and honor to work with amazing people across the world as part of the Atlantic Institute, which is a convener that is based at Oxford in the UK, that convenes 7 fellowships across the world I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, almost in every continent except for Antarctica. With different people that are trying to change the world and make the world a much more equitable, much more fairer, and much more healthier place, right? What that means is that we've got 7 fellowships across the world that work across racial equity, economic equity, health equity, and social equity, right? As part of the main mandate. And we get to be in the position where we convene all of these 7 fellowships. And what that means is that at the Institute, we think about what does it mean to connect the dots across all these different topics, and equity issues. And more so, we get to think about how we support all the people that are working in these fields. And so at the Institute, we look at how do we best fit ourselves to design programming that is inclusive of everybody, that is also about pivoting and thinking about the world's problems and what the solutions look like in working towards equity. And when we, I think, Alice, you talked about specifically of the Africa Hub. So one of the things that we saw around these 7 fellowships that exist across the world was that and I loved when the speakers before us were talking about the pandemic and how it changed the game. When we saw ourselves in the pandemic and supporting all of the different fellows and recognizing the ways in which Africa as a continent fell behind in terms of nobody was privileging it in service and supporting it, and recognizing the worlds in which inequalities during COVID played themselves out. It has always been part of our mandate to have regional hubs, as part of our strategy. And when we saw that, we start with the regional hub in Africa. And that's where I've been doing a lot of my work, thinking about the ways in which we can be radically inclusive of communities and our fellows, supporting them, being more responsive, ensuring that whatever happens in the world, they're not left behind. We have on-the-ground resourcing support to ensure that they get what it is that they need. And so when Alice was asking me about speaking about the Africa Hub, it is about how do we pivot our strategy as the Atlantic Institute to ensure that we are on the ground assisting our fellows on the African continent, of which 5 of our programs recruit from the African continent. And so that's what it is that I do. And in relating to the XR space, Alice and myself have been working around thinking about how is it that we support our fellows? How is it that we are responsive and have as much as it is that they need to operate within their current parameters, supplying the work, but also thinking about what it is that the future looks like. Hope that was sufficient to share a little bit of the work that we've been doing, Alice.
That's perfect. Thank you, Pachinella. Yeah, that's a brilliant foundation from which we can grow. So that's a sense of who our community is. And so Pachinella mentioned the pandemic, and our response to not being able to be together in place was to develop what we called an augmented artifact. And so that's the object that we're going to be reflecting around and then broadening it out, thinking about Della's work with Web3 more generally. But for now, with the augmented artifact, it was this physical object that we sent out to hundreds of fellows around the world. And as they lifted it up like this, it had all these different faces, and there was a QR code on each of the different faces. And as you scanned it with your mobile phone, a different kind of creative gesture of welcome kind of burst into your physical place. And it was meant to kind of speak to the kind of ritual of encounter that our executive director, who's an Indigenous woman from New Zealand, she talks about this ritual of encounter. And we were trying to capture the ritual of encounter through augmented reality, through this kind of very physical, tactile object. And Mildred was one of those fellows that experienced this object. And Mildred, I've been so interested in your feedback about how it felt to receive this gift and to experience it as part of the virtual welcome. And so I wonder, Mildred, if you could just describe parts of this object and how it made you feel as part of this community.
Thank you so much, Alice. So just give a brief background of how it was to receive the augmented artifact. First, a fellow of 2020 cohort, and we were admitted into the program in January, and we were so excited to meet our colleagues in Washington, D.C. And then when we were just taking our flight back home, it was announced that the pandemic had struck. And what that meant that life had to change. Everything went virtual. Unlike the plans that we had of meeting in person around 4 times in 2020, that didn't happen. So we took much of our fellowship program virtually, and then graduated virtually as well, unlike what we had anticipated, to meet in person and graduate and share our experiences. So virtual engagement was the norm. So when the Atlantic Institute brought all the 7 programs, not only the one we had, in the Health Equity Program, US plus Global, but during our graduation, programs that had graduated were welcomed into the Institute. So at that point, I felt that was so hard, the artifact, because we were living in a world that had just changed and there were no human connections. So we could meet, and it got so stressful. But what struck me during the virtual welcome ceremony through the augmented artifact that each of us received is the power of being together while so wide apart, that we were able to connect with each other and learn what different programs were doing. In fact, it was even interesting that we could even experience the different cultures, you know, like enjoying the augmented artifact, listening to people from Asia and watching them actually their dressing and what they bring into the community, and also learning how we are such a diverse community but yet unified, because as Atlantic Fellows we are all about fairer communities, more inclusive communities, and healthier communities. This artifact brought that aspect clearly, you know, in just watching for a few minutes and connecting that we could feel the values that we are aligned to as Atlantic Fellows, the issues that we're struggling with in terms of inequities through the artifact. So for me, that was so powerful that we were so tired of big screens, but this creative way of learning how the people of New Zealand are struggling with Indigenous community inclusion, and the way people were struggling different things, listening to poetry, different, and just learning that we are so different, we are so diverse, but yet unified, and the technology could bring that in less than 20 minutes, as opposed to the long presentations that we do to break down the work that each of us do in our different geographies. So I felt that was so powerful, so welcoming, and so unifying. There was one that type in words, but could feel at that point that we were getting to learn each other's work and getting to keep on building it through the Atlantic Institute. So, Michelle, how
thank you so
the
much,
artifact
Mildred.
was received. But then, speaking about our regions and Asian continent are struggling with the health equity issue in Africa, people in the US and across the world, all talking about different challenges in diverse communities, but common purpose that each of us fellows are working toward using AR.
Thank you so much, Mildred. And I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you with your video is slightly broken, but what you were saying was so powerful. It was just soaring through. So I didn't want to interrupt. But I love that. I love how you talked about AR kind of uniting, and it kind of, the way you describe it, it's almost like it's a shortcut into that community building. Like you get there quicker, you get there more impact. It's more impactful, maybe because the the kind of experiences are in your own home rather than kind of two-dimensional. And yeah, I think you spoke really, really beautifully about that. So thank you. And I think, Della, I'll turn to you now, because if Mildred was one of the fellows that experienced the AR, you were one of the fellows that created it. And we lucked out when we worked with Della, because she has got huge amounts of experience in this area. But for this piece, you were part of the creative team, and I wonder if you could talk about what you gifted fellows like Mildred and a bit about the creative process.
Absolutely. So again, as an Atlantic Fellow for Racial Equity, we were one of 7 fellowships that needed to create a welcome, and an introduction to this global community. Similarly to Mildred, because of COVID, I had never actually been to the global convening, but I did have the pleasure and privilege to have had time with my fellowship cohort prior to COVID. And so I worked with Rich Wallace, who is also an Atlantic Fellow for Racial Equity from 2018, and Wilneda Negron, who is a 2019 fellow. Rich is a community organizer. Wilneda is a public interest technologist, to really think through, how do we not only represent who we are to each other as Atlantic Fellows for Racial Equity, as a community of both American-based and South African-based activists, artists, designers, community builders. How do we represent that story, and then also, welcome, kind of create a shared welcome between us and a larger global community that we're interacting with. And we really started from, we leaned into Rich's direct experience. Rich had been to the global convening, had felt the energy of that welcoming ceremony, the joy, the dancing, the movement, the song. We knew from his recounting, how important it was to bring in dance and joy and song into the space. And Wilneda and I knew from our experiences in Johannesburg how important song had been in movement building, both, within South Africa and also within the civil rights movement back in the United States. So that was kind of like an easy, like, we have to incorporate this in some way. And we started thinking about the themes that we wanted to convey. And so some of the things that we considered was, how AFRI fellows, the racial equity fellows, have this shared connection to the land and to water. We as the American fellows were separated from our ancestors through the transatlantic slave trade. That body of water became very significant for us. It's how we came back to meet our fellows years later. It's how we travel back and forth to this day to bridge these connections. So we knew we wanted to incorporate water as a healing element, not as a one of trauma, but one as connection. And we knew we wanted to bridge that connection to the land in some way. And some other themes that we wanted to bring in is, what is the sort of imagery that we want to convey? How are we moving back and forth? I remember we had a little bit of a contentious conversation around, use of a ship and what that might mean, or how that could be interpreted. And what ways do we want to use or not use that imagery to recognize that flowing connection between these communities. Ultimately, where we decided, we had a lot, again, this was all virtual. So we're going back and forth in email threads and Zoom calls. And ultimately, Rich created an original poem for us that spoke to these themes of connection, of land, of water, of joy, of dancing, of Black American culture, of South African culture. And brought us together in that way. And then we came, well, how are we going to put this to music? We were like, well, are we going to license music? And that ran into a challenge. Are we going to use original music of a fellow? And ultimately we landed on, a rights-free composition. But, navigating this translation of a theme into a story, that's before we even got to code, right? Like, this is like before we even went back to Alice and said, okay, how do we build this? We're storytelling. And I think that's connected, directly to the panel right before that. At the real heart of this, I think a lot of folks will say, oh no, we're not techies, or this is not relevant for us. Absolutely, because this is storytelling. And we were asked to tell a story of community that then could be translated into a mechanism that is more tangible and makes it more real when we can't be there together. And so I would, I think one of the other features of this process that was really helpful to me too is, as we shared themes and Rich iterated on his poem, we were sharing other poems back and forth. We were sharing videos of artists, spoken word artists, like, hey, this is the energy that we want to feel, or this is a video clip of from a documentary or, a fiction film that that maybe you haven't seen, but this is, I want to feel that. How do we feel that? And we found that words weren't always the best translator for us. And so I found it really helpful when we started to share other mediums to recreate that energy and then translate that into the structure of the augmented artifact.
I feel all emotional hearing you talk about it because it was such a special time and such a special gift. And I think that you just hit the nail absolutely on the head when you talked about this, and as you say, this link that runs through all the panels about kind of interdisciplinary engagement, about not necessarily having the hard tech skills, but having the creative thinking. I think from our context at the Atlantic Institute, we use this quote from the civil rights leader Shirley Chisholm, who says, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And it's like this artifact for us, it was our folding chair. It's our community's way of saying, hey, this is what can happen when you can play with technology, when you can dream in technology, where you can, So Della, exactly right. I think I'll come back to you, Della, because of your work more broadly. I wondered if you could speak a bit about Web3 or the embodied internet, or kind of, whatever we're calling it, the metaverse, XR, and about just more broadly how you feel like it can speak to social justice and community building, particularly kind of grassroots communities more generally.
Absolutely. I have to be completely honest that I wouldn't call myself a late adopter, but I would call myself a late believer. And I say that because it was actually the Atlantic Fellowship that allowed me to get my imagination back. And that's important because AR now and VR and XR and Web3 has become a tool that I use in my personal life, but also in my professional life to imagine the future that we want to create. But there was a time in 2019, I was burnt out. I was in between, social justice careers. It was, a difficult time for me just in my personal life. And for the first time, I, through the fellowship, was poured into. I wasn't being asked to produce more. I wasn't being asked to solve a whole problem I couldn't solve. It was heal, rest, restore, build community, and see how this community can support you. That I remember, like, there were visioning exercises that we were asked to do that I just couldn't do. I was blocked. But through the course of the year, and again, I'm very grateful that I had 2019 where we were in person, but even this has been true for years thereafter that were virtual, that the convening has allowed me to really get my creativity back and be in the space that I am in today, where we use AR all of the time. And I say that because often when we're asking folks to vision, it's much easier to make something real, to build a strategy, to operationalize a goal when you can picture it. And now we don't just have to use words or, send or find $10,000 to hire a contractor to build, some archetype for us. There are tools in our own hands that are much more affordable, that are much more accessible, that can help us visualize the future that we're trying to create. So some of the ways that this comes up in our work, just last week, I worked with Alana Needle, who is also an Atlantic Fellow for Racial Equity. We collaborated on a strategy session with the Centers for Disease Control. They are working to operationalize a investment in public health infrastructure in the United States. The teams are working all across silos. Huge team, huge ask, huge amount of money coming from Congress. How does it operationalize? We wanted to make sure that the folks in the room were reminded of why we were there. But we had again, licensing issues, privacy issues around using actual people. Well, we use Midjourney to create, augmented images, virtual reality images, and also experiences to allow folks to be reminded of the environments that are people's real life day to day, while also asking you to strategize for how we get there. And I found that to be much more useful than just being in a conference room and having gray walls and asking people to envision. Also at Axel, we're building a database right now on reparations policy, global reparations policy. There are movements for reparations from New Zealand to Evanston, Illinois, yet there are also counter movements and narrative that continues to portray as if this is not possible, as if it is not due, as if it is incalculable to repay for past harm. One of the reasons why we found that narrative continues to persist is that the information on structure, frameworks, what works, how it works is not readily accessible. So we're now collating that information across the world and ultimately we'll be using AR to build a world, a virtual world of if reparations were to be passed, what would this life look like? What would it look like to actually compensate Black people for 400 years of lost labor? Where would we be? We can do the math. The math is all there, but we don't have the picture of how different society would be. And so we're crunching that data to envision that world, and then are aiming to use that as a tool for policy advocacy. So I think that, you know, and again, it's funny I can speak to this now, because if you talked to me 4 years ago, like, I wasn't talking about technology in this way. I was talking about, let's build an app, let's connect through community in that way, or let's modernize a website because we understand the power of branding. I think naturally we have to evolve with how the world is changing in order to use these tools that are there for us to our advantage for social justice, because they are being advanced and used to harm. So at that same pace and rate of change, we have to also move quickly to ensure that that technology is used for good as well.
Wow, that's so powerful. Thinking about using virtual spaces as places to kind of manifest better, different futures, enable us to kind of, see it. That is so powerful, Della. And I can't wait from a Atlantic Institute perspective to watch this work take shape. It's incredible. So I think we've got time for one more question, which I'm going to put to Petronella. But if you have any questions for the panel, please do put them in the chat, because I can send them this way as well. So we've got about 4 minutes until we hit our half an hour time. But Petronella, we've just talked about dreaming better futures through AR. But something we also believe in is about bringing our full selves into virtual spaces and bringing our experiences and our expertise and our community building expertise into digital spaces, rather than feeling like we can't bring ourselves, which is so often what the tech elite want us to do. They want us to feel alienated and like we don't quite know what to do in virtual spaces. Anyway, I'm digressing, but Petronella, could you talk about what community building strategies you use in real life that you think we have got to transport over into virtual spaces?
Thank you so much, Alice. Like, listening to Della and Madrid, I literally was like smiling here the entire time. Because I think that the dream that we had as Atlantic Institute was quite ambitious, right? How is it that we connect the entire world in one space, especially at a time where COVID was like,
Petronella, I think you've hit the mute button, so just unmute yourself, but it was just for a second.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Sorry, where did you lose me?
COVID,
okay. I do think that COVID presented us with a very unique possibility, as tragic as it was, right? One of the things that we needed to forefront at that moment is, how do we pivot? How do we continue doing the work of supporting change makers across the world in meaningful ways? And I think one of the noticeable things that we managed to do was obviously maintaining the connections, pushing people beyond boundaries, like Della was talking about, having to think of tech and how, like, what community building looks like at that moment. But I do think one of the most important thing was about, how do we play, how do we explore? Not just play and explore for profits, but how do we explore and play to build a different world, right? One of the most exciting things about this community is, how is it that we think about being radically inclusive and bringing everybody along, which is quite difficult sometimes when you think about the inequalities around access to technology in and of itself, which is primarily one of the work that Alice, you and I do. How do we think about ensuring that our fellows who are on the African continent are cared for, supported, and have what it is that they need to first deliver on the mandate, but also push them towards beyond their limits to think about what world making looks like, which is what it is that we do in our work. So I do think that when we're thinking about XR, VR spaces, we do need to think about, how do we maintain that integrity of exploration that is both ethical but also beneficial and promotes equity. I do think that we are in the business of thinking about, how is it that we imagine beyond one's itself, but also make the most of the resourcing that is given to us. And I loved how Della was talking about thinking about a world anew. Sorry, I'm paraphrasing. Della, please correct if I'm wrong. And I think we really do have an opportune moment, but also not losing the human contact of it all. I think sometimes when people think about these spaces, they think about everything else that does not embody. How do we share the struggles, share the triumphs, and also stay with one another, even when we are apart? And I think that's one of the most beautiful things and things that we need to think about when we are community building. I'm going to stop there so that I can give others an opportunity to share.
I love that. It is for us, this experience of building the augmented artifact has been about sharing, and the way that Della described so beautifully what her and Rich and Wilneda collaborated over, and then hearing Mildred talk about how it was taken. And you can see the four of us, we're kind of besotted because of this thing that we've been through and that we've created and that we've experienced. So I think we're at time. I can't see any questions in the chat, although there's been some lovely feedback. Aroma, if I've got this wrong, do let me know. But I think we are at time. So unless anything pops up, it's just my pleasure to say thank you to Della and to Mildred and to Petronella, to say, please look up the Atlantic Fellowship, keep up with our work. And we would love to share with you the QR code so you can see what Della and Mildred were talking about. But yeah, thank you ever so much to everyone.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. That was really insightful. Jennifer, what do you think?
Yeah, incredibly insightful. And I think the question that I have for all of you is around getting involved, right? We have a beautiful community here. And I think what we all have in common is wanting to use XR for good, and to provide opportunities for people that would not necessarily have had those opportunities around the world. So can you give us an idea if people are listening to this or watching this right now and they want to know how they can connect with you all and maybe use their talents toward the cause? How do they do that? What does that look like?
I might hand to Della to talk about this more broadly, and then Petronella to talk about how you can get involved with the Atlantic Fellowship.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Hi all, sorry, I was just having to come off of mute. Well, first of all, please, we are an organization that's all about collaboration, as the fellows are. AxelImpactStudio.com is our website. I also encourage you to follow Rhonda XR on Instagram. That's RHONDA XR. She's part of our collaborators network, but she is a young woman of color that has built a VR studio. She was a former hairdresser that transitioned during COVID, taught herself how to build worlds, and now is building worlds for tons of clients and tons of organizations. And to me, I just love to follow her story because, again, it shows you that anyone can learn this. I think oftentimes we think that this is a coding type of mechanism. It's a building type of mechanism. And if you can learn a video game, you can learn how to build a world. And it's just about getting started. So that's one of the people I would encourage to follow. And please keep in contact with us. I would love to build with you.
Thank you so much, Della. I think as the Atlantic Institute, as much as we would love to, but we do work with 7 fellowships across the world, 5 of which recruit from the African continent. And so getting involved from my perspective is joining one of those 5 fellowships so that I get to work with you and you become a global fellow. But I want to shine a spotlight on Mildred's work, right? One of the things that I find most fascinating is that Mildred does amazing work, but also she privileges people who are differently abled. And I think when we are talking about the XR world, more often than not, we do not have that conversation about the people who are differently abled. And so I want to switch off to Mildred to share a little bit more about what does that look like for your work, how we can get people involved in your sphere of activism.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Petronella. For us, I think it's opportunity because normally for people with disabilities, it's usually barriers of mobility, barriers of access, but then through creative AR technology, we are able to connect at our comfort. We're able to deliver complex messaging. I was just sharing some times back that one thing that happened a lot during COVID also was the to everyone, and for people who already have existing disabilities like psychosocial disability, it could be so hard to engage in a 2-hour conference, for example, to deliver policy issues, to discuss critical issues, but it would be extremely powerful to have creative works shared through AR to support in certain advocacies, whether it's around education, around health, packaging this information in content that is consumable, but still makes sense to people who have challenges. I think is extremely powerful in the disability advocacy space, because one thing is we say that disability is as diverse as it can be. Many times we just think about who have maybe visible disability, like they have mobility impairments or they have visual impairment, but we have also intellectual disabilities who are more often left out. But then through this technology, what I found was amazing was the fact that we can package even policy issues the way Della was describing, how that looks like. Talking about the Agenda 2063 for Africa, for example, and we all rally around saying we don't want to leave anyone behind. So how can we use technology to reach out to our communities of Africa? For me, that is extremely useful, because again, we will always have these barriers people from participating, people with disability, that probably maybe physical access would be an issue, or maybe visual access or platforms would be an issue. But then when we use AR in optimal ways, how do we manage the digital device? How do we get the everyone? For example, the AR artifact that we shared in 2021, it was just simply using the Androids that we have and experiencing the connection and sending powerful messages of inequities to policymakers, to creatives, to everyone, and having every voice heard. I think for me, this is extremely timely in challenging inequities to this particular group that we keep on forgetting about. So that presents an opportunity for connecting, actually, and thinking creatively to solve historical inequities that we've had for decades. So again, we can connect through the Atlantic Institute socials, the website, and we could be linked to fellows across the world and see potentially what can I do with another fellow who is a tech person, but I'm a policy person and an activist. How do I organize my community using tech to rally for a common cause and geared towards equity? Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Mildred, for sharing. So I have one question for Alice, and if possible, the entire team, right? With the advancement of emerging tech, AI, Web3, and the rest, how is the Atlantic Institute, or if possibly the Atlantic Fellows, more, should I say specifically the Atlantic Institute, how are you guys empowering the fellows, right, to be able to adopt some of this emerging tech in their projects and initiatives? And I know there's like currently long-term support in terms of hardware support to these fellows, but what are some of the strategies in place at the moment to get these fellows to be able to deploy emerging tech into their projects and activities?
Yeah, thank you. I can take it, but Patnella or Mildred, feel free to chip in at any point. So yeah, we believe that the fellows need to be not passive recipients of new technologies, but people that are on the front foot, that are not only championing and connecting through emerging technologies, but also in a position to really critique it and to kind of hold creators to account and to be part of the discourse. So we've created an XR space, which is a physical space in Rhodes House in Oxford. And this XR space is meant to be kind of this physical manifestation of our passion for this area, basically. And so we're running workshops and residencies where we invite fellows to come to the space to learn how to use headsets. They could loan headsets, they can take them back wherever they've come from with them, they can take miniature kind of 3D scanners, and then they can have the kind of tools and workshops and kind of like practical skills. But kind of more interesting for me is the kind of framework around it. So we're also going to be running program and conversations and kind of pairing people up with mentors to really think about how can this work impact your own community and kind of lift the equity work that you're already doing. So for example, one of the fellows did a piece, and it was actually not linked with Atlantic Fellowship. He did this separately, but it's a really great piece to kind of refer back to, where there were Confederate statues in the United States which had been pulled down. And the plinths were empty, so there's no statue on the plinth anymore. So as you lifted your mobile phone up, a contemporary civil rights leader was like augmented on top of the plinth, and they would tell their own story. And for us, this is just exactly the sort of work that fellows should be making, because it's about narrative change. It's about kind of shifting the user's sense of where the dominant story is, but also it's kind of playful and it's beautiful. And so we hope that we can support fellows to make work like that, so that XR can be something that is in their own lives. And then the final thing that we're doing is thinking about this being together when apart. So we're trialing as much as we possibly can virtual platforms so that we can exist as avatars or as abstracted forms, so that flying around the world isn't the only way that we can build a kind of thriving and successful community and a sense of togetherness. So our three areas here are co-presence, it's thought leadership, and it's developing work that supports the equity journeys of the fellows.
Great. Patrina, you want to add?
Yeah, just to build on to that, I think it is about how do we think and ensure that some of the most easily accessible tool, right, on the African continent can support our fellows both in the activism work, but also to participate. I think one of the things that strikes me a lot that sparked our connection and conversation with Alice was when somebody once said to me that in a few years' time, technology will be what the economy is to all of us. Like you cannot just ignore it. It is about how do you work with it, how do you develop on it, and how do you think about crafting strategies that are not just responsive, but also work ahead of technology, both in policy and in your activism work, which is what I'm concerned about with the fellows in the African continent. And so for us, it is about thinking about how do we ensure that we deliver that for our fellows in ways that are both sustainable, which is a huge thing, but are at the forefront of the invention of the different ways in which this world can be used.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm eager to ask one more question, but I think we're short of time, right? But thank you so much for your insight, Alice, Mildred, and Patronella, and also Della. Also, we have some amazing feedback from the audience. Emily, Roman, great stuff. Thank you for posting. Great panel. We have a lot of people really appreciating the great insights they have so far gotten from the panel, right? So I want to say a very big thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing what you guys are doing at the Atlantic Fellows. I hope to become one in the near future, hopefully. Right, but great work you guys are doing. Like the committee it's super amazing and super open, especially. And I love the fact that you guys are supporting them with access and knowledge to some emerging tech, right? It will really go a long way to help them improve their initiatives, right? Because the world is moving so fast, and fellows in underrepresented regions of the world need to find a way to jump onto the bandwagon, and being part of the Atlantic Fellows might be a very good access point for them, since it's more like family for for everybody. So thank you so much for your time. Alice, much appreciated. Mildred, thank you so much for sharing. And then Patronella, really appreciate it.
Thank you all. I've learned a lot throughout this presentation. I'll probably connect with you all too, just to learn more. So thank you for taking the time and sharing. It's great work. Really inspiring.
So we'll catch you all later, hopefully. We'll be moving on to our next session, and that will be by my very good friend Rose. She'll be the moderator for the session on building an inclusive XR ecosystem, strategies for strengthening diversity and inclusivity. And that panel session will be composed of Lynn from Metaversations, Alice also from the Atlantic Institute, Max from FXG Uganda, and it will be moderated by Rose from Cadaverse Africa. I think I can see Rose, Alice, and Max in the back end, so I'll be adding them to the stream. So please, if you have any questions for our amazing panelists, right, feel free to share. It's an open space, right? If you have any crazy ideas, thoughts, feel free to share, right? And we'll relate to the panelists, right? So here goes Rose. Hi, Rose, how are you? Hi. And Max, and then Alice. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Well, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Hi, Max. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on Lynn. Let me see. Yeah, I think she's coming in soon. But I'll just allow you guys to introduce yourself, and then we can possibly get started. Rose, you can please start.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you once again, and hello. I would like to thank everyone here and the panelists, as well as the group of amazing people that are putting on Immersive Tech Africa. And we'll be discussing, as Arome spoke of, building an inclusive XR ecosystem and strategies for strengthening diversity. So we can go around and do our introductions. And so, Alice, would you like to start?
Sure. I think if it's the same people as last time, people will be sick of the sound of my voice. But I can relax a bit because I find it easier to be a panelist than a chair. My name is Alice Rowe, and I'm the XR lead for Atlantic Institute, which I've just been speaking about. Before I was at Atlantic Institute, I was a creative director for a digital human for Magic Leap, and we were exploring whether it's possible to create feminist embodied artificial intelligence. We were kind of trying to create the kind of anti-Siri or the anti-Alexa, and thinking about how we could create a digital human experience through a headset that could make us feel, women and non-binary people not feel so left out of the tech conversation. So that's a bit of my background. And then the Atlantic Institute, which I've been discussing, which is an ecosystem of change makers, exploring how XR can bring us together when we're apart and kind of lift up the equity journey of activists from around the world.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Max, would you like to do your introduction?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Max Noir. I've been in the XR ecosystem for about 6+ years now. Working in quite a number of different countries, China, the US, a little bit in Haiti, but also a lot in Uganda. I'm a community builder. I live and breathe community. It's the backbone of any product or services success. But what kind of gets me out of bed in the morning is technological accessibility. I believe thoroughly that if you can provide the same technological support in one place as you can in another, that it greatly helps to level the playing fields in many different sectors through innovation and increasing one's imagination. So I've been working in Uganda for the past 2 years, and we're essentially trying to strengthen the XR ecosystem there through education and access to resources. So yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for your intro. All right, my name is Rose, and I am director of Gatherverse. And so our organization was founded by Christopher Lafayette, and our primary focus of the Gatherverse is to investigate and promote principles centered around human-first practices in various domains such as accessibility, education, equality, community and development, and safety, privacy, wellness, and ethics. I think we touched on everything, right? So we adopt the human first perspective when it comes to the metaverse and emerging technologies. And our objective is to deepen our understanding of individuals, companies, and organizations. And me being the director of Africa, that is part of my mission in dedicating to achieving human sustainability and making a positive and social impact. And so additionally, we strive to foster and develop organic communities and embody these shared values. And so is it okay for us to go dive into our conversation, and Lynn will join in when possible?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so all right. All right. So I like to just do a quick little quote. So embracing diversity and inclusivity is the key to unlocking the true potential of XR, in my opinion, and building an ecosystem that empowers every individual to experience and shape the future, which takes us into our first question. So can you explain, sorry, my computer, can you explain the concept of XR and its potential in driving innovation and social impact, and also including diversity? You want to take that one, Max?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of different things in there, but yeah, I mean, I would define XR as it's kind of an umbrella term, right? But I would define it as any immersive technology that kind of it extends the real world, yeah, in an immersive way, and enables you to build upon your surroundings. How does it increase innovation? It basically it gives you the ability to world build without limits. So you can create things that you've never been able to think up before, and I love the concept of imagination. If you've never seen a giraffe before, then how can you picture a giraffe? So if you give someone that opportunity, then they can then see it. And that's what I love about immersive technology, is it just increases your bandwidth for imagination. What else did you say? Innovation?
I also think that Alice can speak to it as far as with gender equality. That's very huge.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed listening to the description of XR, because everyone's always asking me, what is XR? And I always thought it's an umbrella term. So I was really pleased to hear you start like that, Max. Yeah, I can pick up where you left off around kind of innovation and give you an example of something that we've done at Atlantic Institute. So, for example, we were working predominantly virtually during the pandemic, but using Zoom. So we were doing so many sessions on Zoom. And at some point, people got Zoom fatigue. I mean, that's kind of become a phrase. Everybody got a bit bored of Zoom. It was affecting our mental health. And we noticed that our engagement numbers were dipping down. And so we started creating these like holograms. And when I say holograms, it's not really holograms. It's not like Pepper's Ghost or anything like that, but they're kind of small versions of people. So we sent green screens to fellows around the world. We sent green screens to fellows in Kenya, in Ireland, in South Africa, and they would develop a short video of themselves speaking to a theme about their equity work. And then fellows around the world would be invited to scan a QR code, lift up, and then place this fellow in their own physical environment and hear them tell their story, but in a more embodied way, and they're in their own physical place. And we did some research, and we found that the attention difference between if you're watching somebody on Zoom or watching somebody through your phone physically placed in your environment was exceptionally different. People were paying so much more attention to the actual content, and the emotional connection was unparalleled. So actually our empathy isn't particularly brilliant on Zoom, whereas when you were experiencing someone through AR on the kind of hologram sort of platform, it enabled people to feel more for what they were experiencing. And so that was a game changer in terms of innovation for us, because it just lifted us out of what we were doing and enabled us to explore with fellows. And that's what XR Max, when you talk about, like, you know, what kind of dreaming through world making, like that example for me really thought, okay, we're on the right track here, because we know what we already do, and XR can just lift us one step up. So yeah, when you ask about innovation, Rose, that's kind of where I go initially.
And coming from education background, literally competing for the kids' attention, right?
Yeah.
And so during COVID and coming back from COVID, that interaction was just so key. So even in the classrooms, we utilize, like, for virtual games, just to increase that interaction.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it's been amazing, and I can't wait to see where it continues to go.
And just on that, with this example that I just mentioned, when you talk about lecturing, we delivered a lecture and we were doing it live, so people could type questions and then the person was able to respond back. And the tech was exceptionally glitchy. It didn't work very well, but something was happening, and we were kind of moved. And it turned out one of the fellows was like clearing their house because they felt like, oh my gosh, we need it to be neat for this person. Like, there was this real sense of presence that I don't think you get on Zoom. And so from an education context, it is really interesting.
So I guess that even we can elaborate a little bit on how organizations can incorporate that, you know. And even when we're talking about organizations, I do want to include diversity again, because I think that even though we're moving forward in technology, we still have a long ways to go. So what are your thoughts, either of you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, because sometimes when people call XR technology an empathy machine, people roll their eyes. But there's there's a lot of truth to it. I mean, I did my university thesis on virtual reality for empathy building and also diminishing biases. I like to give the analogy of, like, if you're experiencing something beautiful or traumatizing in real life versus watching it on a screen. When you're watching it on a screen, there's this disassociative, thing to it. You're not associating yourself to it. You're not really deeply feeling what's happening. When it's happening in front of your eyes, of course you are, because it's right there and you're in that moment. So, immersive technology, it's kind of like the strongest tool we have at the moment to bridge that gap, which is both beautiful, but it also is scary too. It depends on how people are utilizing it, what they're trying to create, and the goals of the experiences in which they're creating. It gives organizations a huge power to help connect one to a story or a mission, or to teach something that is very difficult to teach without you having a first person experience of that lesson. So I mean, there's a world of opportunity, and one of my favorite examples of using XR for education and something that organizations can utilize is 360 video. Um, it reminds me of a time machine. For example, I attended in 2020 in Brooklyn a Juneteenth march, and I didn't plan anything. I didn't know, the agenda of the day. I just showed up and I turned the 360 camera on and I walked. And now, because that camera was on, it's like anyone can kind of teleport backwards to 2020 Juneteenth Brooklyn marches, and experience that to the best of their ability without having actually have been there. So it's this incredible journalistic tool where you can't choose to point the camera at one thing or another thing, it's harder to have bias as the person who's actually directing the experience. It's, you know, what you see is what you get all around you. So yeah, I mean, that's my favorite use case personally, but I'm sure Alice has plenty to say on that as well.
I might have just dipped out. Can you both still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I love that, and have really similar experiences in terms of that empathy. Yeah, empathy machine. I'll take that phrase. And I think from our perspective with the fellows, this empathy and 360 videos is something we're exploring quite a lot, because so much it enables you to kind of dive into each other's lives in a way that isn't possible in two-dimensional. So yeah, that really resonates. I kind of want to come back with a fear, because for me, in terms of diversity, the thing that scares me the most is like some people were telling me the other day about this art exhibition that was being shown to inner city school children, and it would like bring a huge art exhibition that was in I think it was in the Louvre in Paris, and it could bring it into your school, right? And so they had all these like really canonical artworks, and the children were putting on the headsets and they were just like, wow, it's like I'm seeing Magritte, or it's like I'm seeing the Mona Lisa. And this was being framed to me as this brilliant piece of work because it brings culture to young people that may not ordinarily have access to it. And I can't kind of fault that. But what worries me is that people from richer backgrounds will definitely still make that trip to Paris. They will go to the actual exhibition. And I worry that we're going to use VR and XR, or XR, it's the umbrella term, as a way to kind of take our foot off the acceleration in terms of inequity. And actually, we're going to be like, oh, it's fine. This group of people can experience it on XR. This group of people can experience the real thing. And I really worry about that sort of conversation and how we make sure that it doesn't widen our participation gap and who has access to culture. And so when I think about diversity, I worry about XR being used in the inverse way. Yeah, I wonder what you both think about that.
That was a great point. I never really thought about it as far as just even replacing experiences, right, and interaction. And that even, I guess that would be a huge challenge, whether an organization or you're even looking at in academia. Because as much as, in my concern too, I would say is when I was in education, going back to that, when they took a poll asking the kids, would you rather come back into the classroom, or would you like to continue learning virtually? And I would say over half wanted to continue learning virtually. And that was, to me, concerning because the value of interaction, I mean, as much as we love technology and as much as I've seen growth and, you know, children coming out of their shells, it was still more of they were kind of creating their own world, right? And in that world, even if it's through avatar, you can recreate and also withdraw, and it's not forcing those kind of interactions and having to think through, right, different social engagements, all those things that I think XR can take away, although it is really good. So that's kind of my piece on it.
I would like to speak on that as well. And Alice, that was sorry if you heard dogs. That was a great point. I had also never considered that myself. But just to take a step back and also draw attention to the fact that, you know, educational inequity, unfortunately, has always been a major issue. And this is not a positive response to what you had to say, but you know, it's typically the wealthier and more privileged students who will have the access to the XR technology in the first place, just because as of today, you know, the price point is not affordable yet for, you know, the mainstream average classroom. It's just not. And you know, AR is more accessible. And smartphones are a lot more accessible, but in terms of virtual reality, we have a long way to go. But I would also like to draw back to a point that I was bringing up earlier in terms of when you see something for the first time, then your imagination gets, it gets bigger. So one of the experiences I had time and time again in Uganda, we filmed a virtual reality safari experience at Uganda's biggest national park, Mukshun Falls. And we demoed it to like thousands of people, and we're still doing that today. And I'm talking like from young kids all the way to like 65-year-old military soldiers and like ministers from the government. So like the whole gambit of people. And some of the people were on the impoverished side, and some of the people were on the super wealthy side. And time and time again, we would demo to people who were wealthier, and they had never gone on safari in their whole lives, even though they like really easily could go tomorrow. And what we noticed happening was they would have this virtual experience, and then a lot of people would end up going on safari like as a result, which was really cool to see, because it's clearly good for like the domestic tourism industry. So that was really interesting. And that's just, I guess it's just an extra layer to the point that I wanted to bring to what you had to say, Alice. More positive side.
No, that makes total sense. It brings people closer to life, is what you're kind of saying, which is cool.
Yeah, and I also think so many people are, regardless of your socioeconomic status, a lot of people are afraid to kind of leave their little comfort zones and their bubbles. And sometimes if you give them a unique experience from the comfort of inside of their zone, it actually helps them to leave, which I find very interesting as well.
And when you're looking at the economics part of it, I was just thinking on the other side of the coin, right? Which is you experience virtually these experiences, but you don't have the means, or whether it's through government or, I do have to say that there is a difference as far as me having an American passport, that I'm able to go throughout different countries, right? And however, if I had my African passport, or I couldn't afford to, I'm limited, or I have to get permission to go throughout these countries. And so when you're creating this virtual experience, it shows the inequity, right? Where it's showing there's a difference there. And so what do you tell that person? Like, hey, you know what? We're creating all of this, and you're using it as a marketing tool. That's what just happened. You allow them to experience the safari. Now they want to go. And so if you introduce something and then say, hey, you can experience it virtually, that's what your limit is. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how I felt with the art example. It's like the risk around this technology is that we use it, and it's kind of like a second-class citizen gets access to a second-class experience. Like that concerns me. So in the work that we create with Atlantic Fellows, it really depends what the fellow wants to do. But when it's work that I'm collaborating directly on, what we try and do is not replicate what's in the real world, because the real world already exists. Like, it's beautiful, it smells good, I love it. The real world is brilliant, right? So I was really inspired by the chief curator at Sundance, Shari Freelo, when they create, the whole organization created a digital Sundance when it was during COVID. They did it so that it was, she told me they first thought like, okay, let's just replicate Sundance, let's replicate Utah, let's just make a digital twin. But then they realized, yeah, but everyone's already been to Sundance. Everybody's walked down the street. If they do that, people are just going to be sad, right, that they're not in the real Utah. So what they did was they created it so it was on the space station and it was orbiting the globe. So you type in your name and you type in where you're dialing in from. So at the time I was living in Margate, I wrote Alice Margate, and it finds my little place on the map, and then it zooms out, and then I'm not in Margate, I'm not in the UK, I'm not in Europe, I'm in the space. And then you can look down and you can see the Earth kind of orbiting around as you would if you were on the space station. And you meet the filmmakers, the other people that were at the festival, you meet them in these fantastical settings, which is so otherworldly, and it would never be possible in real life. It's completely different because it would never be possible, and it's just so much more, it's just elevated. And I think I try and take that approach when I'm building digital anything, to think, what could we do better in the virtual realm that we couldn't do in physical place? And that's when the creative sweet spot is. And that's when I don't have these issues around equity, because what we're offering the user is so fantastical and life-giving, if it's done well, that it's not this kind of second-class experience. However, a huge part of the market with VR especially is around replicating the world, and I don't want to kind of diss that, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But I think a creative approach that asks what if is more compelling to me.
Now, thanks for bringing that up. I think it was an excellent point that we were talking about, because it's now that we don't have the borders, right? We've eliminated the borders, but physically they're still there. So when a person says, hey, I want to do that, I want to go experience that, it's like, physically, but virtually, yes. And so I'm hoping, as technology progresses, that we can also look into ways of eliminating those other physical barriers that we have, and opportunities to create more inclusion, also by creating more opportunity. And that's one of the reasons why I think that it's so big that entrepreneurial is really can help do that. So, yeah.
And do you mind if I just add to your point, Rose? Like when you talked about the difference in passports and having different access, the other thing that concerns me with VR is around the data. And I think all the time about what sort of headset are we going to buy for the Atlantic Fellows, because we have to use headsets, right? And at the moment we're being tech agnostic because we don't want to kind of throw our lot in with one company. But it was really interesting to me that they've stopped doing it now. So I think they realized that it was just so unacceptable. But Meta released a headset that was pretty cheap, but you had to have a Facebook account, and it took all of your data, right? But then they released another one that was for businesses, but individuals could buy them, and they were much more expensive, but your data was safe. And to me, it's just so clear that what they're saying is, we, the people, the public, the general, have to pay through our data, and those with much, much more money can pay with money. And so there was this different currency. There was data as a currency and currency as a currency. And that really concerned me, because I think it was kind of mimicking what you were saying there about the passports and access of movement, but through the actual hardware itself. And I worry that is a direction that will be done. And I think because it was so stark, they pulled that and they couldn't do it anymore. But I bet they're trying to do it somehow, right? So I think we need, it's such an obvious point, but keep a real close eye on data and how we're paying for these experiences if it's not through money.
Well, I thought when they were even got launched or implemented GDPR, I know there's a huge discussion behind that. I was at one of the events that they had. They were asked a very simple question with a very complex answer that, of course, no one could answer, which is, what if I didn't want to exist, in the virtual world? How do I say, hey, as of today, I don't want to exist in anyone's database?
That's an amazing question. I love that question.
And all of these executives were there from all these different major companies, and they're just like, GDPR, and when you were saying that Meta used that workaround, right? It's like, oh, you can have that right, but you have to pay for it, and that to me, and then you have the companies that can afford to pay for it. They're not, that's nothing to them. I value privacy, and when I entered into the virtual world, I can't get that back. So now you get into this whole, I have to try to control my own narrative, right? which can be a struggle, and that brings in also anxiety for a lot of those. And you're going into mental health. That's a whole nother layer. And how do we incorporate people who have disabilities or who have mental health issues, and how can we use XR, in innovation to support people? Anyone want to take a stab at that question? I'm a mental health advocate, so I wanted to bring that up as well. It's real. It was something that I personally didn't have an understanding of. It wasn't something talked about in my culture and being raised. And then when I really got into in education and supporting young adults and kids, it became real for me. I had to become empathetic. And because before it was just, to me, it was just a sign of weakness. And then I had to take a step back and also do some reflection myself. And so I would like to have some ideas or hear what your guys' thoughts and how can we use XR to help those who still want to have their privacy, right?
Rose. I'm like sitting here and I'm like, come up with something good. And I'm like, dude, like, what's the answer to that question? I honestly like wish I could come up with anything, but like, that's a really hard question. How
All
to
those
exist?
executives couldn't even come up with it. They were like,
Because does it exist? I'm contemplating in real time, and I'm like, and I feel like it's interesting depending as well on like when you were born and what you grew up with and what you're used to. I was born in 95, and I was the first kid in my middle school to have the iPod Touch in 8th grade. So it wasn't there from like the get-go, but it was there like, when I was starting to get my sea legs, and I don't know, I'm on that cusp where I'm like, yeah, like you have my data, you've had my data since I can remember, it is what it is, and I don't think about it as much. But you're right. I mean, it is a currency, and a lot of people don't want to give their data in return, in exchange for to have access to innovation and new tools, and also community. Community is like one of the biggest things that your data buys you, right? And that ties back into like mental health and disability and having to choose like, hey, I'm gonna increase and strengthen my access to community, but I have to give this in order to get that. And it's very complicated, and that's not an answer at all to what you asked, Rose, but I just don't have one.
I think it is an answer, because it's that context is so helpful, and it helped me think, because you situate yourself like the iPod Touch, born in 95, and I'm a couple of years older than you, and I don't like this idea of giving over my data for the ease of it. And it's not because like, oh, I'm a super private person, but it's because I don't trust governments, and I don't trust big tech, and I don't trust, like, maybe they're not doing so. Maybe right now they're just telling me, oh, I think you like this dress, or do you want to buy these gig tickets? And like that I can kind of deal with, and it's actually a little bit helpful. But actually history will tell us that you can't, I feel like systems want to control us at certain points, and there could be peaks in our history and in our future when that data is suddenly used really, really against us. And it's actually very, without the proper regulation, it's really dangerous for them to have that much information in one place about us. And so, sorry, I know you had dogs. I've actually got a baby crying, so I really hope you can't hear. I've got a dog and a baby, so it's all going on over here. Yeah, so it does worry me, and I think when we say is it possible, it's definitely possible, because they were selling the headset to the businesses that didn't mine any data. Therefore, it's completely possible. They could definitely do it, in my opinion. Like, the only reason that they do it is for their own profit. It doesn't make the experience run better. This isn't this super interactive experience where they need to know something about me for the narrative to shift off in a certain way. Absolutely not. I could experience it when I watch a film at the cinema. They don't ask me my dress size and when my last period was. Like, like that doesn't happen. So why should they be doing it in an XR context? Doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah.
Totally. And sorry, I just wanted to say, you know, like reflecting as you were speaking as well, like my sense of minor apathy, I'm realizing it comes from just this idea of like, well, you know, they've been taking my data since I was an 8th grader and I had no idea what that meant. So might as well not stop giving it to them now because, you know, they know every possible thing that they could possibly know probably about me. Whereas I think if you were, you know, more mentally developed when that kind of technological change started coming into play and you were like, hold on, you know, you had more of an ability to take a step back and like process what that meant for you, then you would probably be a lot more capable of, you know, coming at it with a skeptical you know, eye. Whereas yeah, it's kind of like when your credit cards are maxed out, you're like, well, might as well buy another dress, I'm already you know, so
Yeah, it's almost like we've been trained, right? We go from having these little, what is that? Those virtual pets. Remember you had to feed them? And now we're here.
Tamagotchis.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity I see is just creating these groups, support groups to help people how to function in this new world that we're living that keeps developing. I don't know the intricates, but it's just something that I throw out there. Support is really huge. And I love this conversation we're having, but unfortunately we have to wrap it up. But I do want to end saying this. In the boundless realm of XR, let us celebrate the kaleidoscope of diversity. For when we embrace the richness of our differences, we unlock the power to create immersive experiences that reflect and unite the vibrant tapestry of humanity. Linda Sarsour said, diversity is not about how different we are. It's about embracing one another's uniqueness and recognizing that our collective strength lies in our differences. So, hate to end this discussion, but thank you very much, audience. Does anyone have any questions or do we have time for a few questions?
Great. That was really inspiring. Thank you so much, Rose, for sharing. Thank you, Max. We have some applause. We have Dr. Morris, as usual, Cardiverse first and this kind of stuff, right? And we have Lewis, who gave it feedback on Alice's comment on data, right? So he was like, data as a currency, then currency as a currency, right? But that was really, really insightful, I must say. And I don't know why I chose you guys for this panel, right? But I just knew you guys were gonna do a very good job and just be free, right? You guys did that exactly. And I know I have my usual questions, but I want Jennifer to go first with her own set of questions if she does have.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Eric. And I'll jump in here kind of with a question, but also a comment, right? Because I'm sitting back here in the wings listening to the conversation, and you guys can't see me backstage, but I'm like, me, call on me. I want to say something. I think you guys have hit on something really important, particularly towards the end of this talk around data and data currency and all of those kinds of things. I think it really hits upon something that's near and dear to a lot of our hearts in the space right now. And it's really important. And it really does have to do with something that doesn't sound so exciting on the surface, because it's not the front end of an experience or anything like that. It's actually the data standards that sit on the back end, right? And so one of the things I wanted to say, just as an observation, as I was listening to you all talk, is it's really important that we actually have data standards in the metaverse, because we can talk about, is it my data? Is it your data? I don't want to share my data. I do want to share my data. And we could go into that. But one of the things that I think is the most important is, does it change the landscape if there is a standard around what data is collected? You know what that standard is, and you have control over who sees that and for what purpose. And the reason that I bring that up is because, I have the privilege and honor of working with some amazing colleagues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And one of the things we're really working on is skill-based hiring and advancement. And XR is really important to that, right? Because it's an opportunity to, and I'm going to say something maybe on the flip side of what some of what you guys were sharing, to be able to learn skills, demonstrate skills that you might not be able to learn or demonstrate in your current environment, right? And so there's a whole part of that, and a great standard we're working on from the IEEE perspective around something called a learner and employment record, which basically turns everything on its head. And it's like a digital wallet that you own that says, here's all the things I can do, and here's all the evidence that I can do it. And XR plays a role in that, right? And here is who I want to share those pieces of data with about myself that might give me access to opportunities, to experiences, to all of these different kinds of things. But one of the things that we try to advocate for over and over again is, in order for all of that to happen, we have to have standards. So I appreciate the conversation that you all have had. Open standards are so important, and they must be open once again, right? So that we're not selling data, we're not selling access, we're not selling any of those things. We're actually giving people opportunity as a result of being in those experiences. So not really a question, but just a comment. I love just everything you guys have been talking about, and really just want to iterate on that idea, right? The more we can come together and demand this from anyone in the ecosystem, not only that is on the commercial side, but is maybe on the consumer side, and demand that they conform to these standards that already exist, the better off we'll all be. So I just had to say that from an IEEE perspective, because we certainly already have the standards to support it. And what we're looking at now is just the loud voices to advocate for everyone in the ecosystem to actually use those standards. So thank you, ladies, for drawing that out, because it's something that I think is super important, particularly as we look at the DEI angle, as well as just how we utilize the metaverse to enhance us as humanity. So thanks for that. I'll turn it over to Romy now. I know he has some questions for you guys.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys have any feedback for Jennifer before
I think this was awesome. I deviated, but it really was, we were really speaking on some very good things. And I thank you, ladies. It's been a pleasure being on this panel.
Great. So my question is for the three of you, basically, from your experiences so far, what steps can be taken to attract and retain diverse talents within the XR industry, and to create a more inclusive workforce? Like, an inclusive workforce is key. So what steps do you think from your experience so far can be used to attract talents and also keep them within the industry?
I'm sorry, Alice. I would say a lot of the stuff that I've kind of faced, especially with working in Uganda, is just there's all of these young people who are self-teaching like XR development skills, but there's a lack of jobs. And when you're passionate about something, but you're also focused about like putting food on the table, it's really hard to put adequate energy into working on the things that you're passionate about. So one of the things, and this is like why I appreciate everyone here, but specifically Rose and also Romy, because you're both community leaders and you're both doing a lot of work on building inclusive and global communities. One of the most important thing is connecting with these community leaders, which exist in every single country around the world, and building and growing deep relationships with these people who know who the people are, who are so full of passion and who will stay up on their computers till 3 a.m. in the morning, teaching themselves a skill and then having to wake up 3 hours later to go to school or go to work or whatever it is. So making sure that we're highly connected to community leaders, and then also the leaders within companies that have funds or resources that are able to, you know, bridge over to these communities, but you need to have people on both sides who are ready and willing to come together and work together. So having infrastructure on both sides, and this is like from my work in Uganda, you know, me and my whole team originally were in Uganda and we did not succeed nearly as much as we wanted to. And what we realized in the end was I needed to go home and be brokering the relationships with the people on this side of the world while they were continuing to broker the relationships in Uganda, you know, in the field, so that when the time comes that everyone's ready, that bridge can more easily be built from here to here, in terms of opening more access to jobs. I know, you know, Snap, all the conglomerates, but also startups. They're happy to hire people from anywhere around the world, but first you need to make that entry point more accessible to get the jobs, and you need to, you know, wave at them in the face and say, "Hey, I'm here. I exist. I'm talented. I'm skilled. I'm looking for work. Just give it to me." So, yeah, community leadership, but also staying deeply connected to like developer relations and you know, any other departments on that side of the world, and just kind of acting as a bridge for that.
I can add. Oh no, Rose, you go.
I was just thinking in the sense of accountability. So not making diversity a buzzword, right? And it's obvious that a lot of organizations aren't good at inclusiveness and also just making it more but diverse. And part of owning that is saying, hey, I'm not good at it, but I will outsource or go through consulting companies that are diverse that's going to help me bring in a workforce. Because how can organizations that are 97% white males make decisions, marketing decisions for us, for everyone who's not them? 97% of the population are not white men. Sorry, you know, and so, and if your numbers are showing that you're not standing behind what you say you're doing, then you need to reach out to others, whether it be small companies that can help you do that.
And what I was going to say just follows on so exactly from what Rose said. So my background is not in technology. I was a feminist creative is what I describe myself as. And a CEO of a large tech company met me through work that I was doing for a band. And I was doing kind of like work on their tour. And he said, we've got a team who are making a digital human. She's female and it's an all male team. Can you come and meet her? And I came and met this digital human, and they know this, so I don't feel guilty saying it. I told them I feel sick in my mouth. Like she was, I had no chance not to become the possessor of the male gaze when I met her. Like everything about her body was small. She was looking down. She was coy. Everything about it, dynamic wise, was off. And I asked them, like, what are you going to do with this digital body? And we discussed it, and I used all my feminist theory, all my creative background, and they hired me as the creative director of this digital human. And for me, it was all about getting in the room and realizing that there wasn't anybody like me in the room, and that it was exactly what you said. The product was meant for all of us. And I spoke to people, and everyone was like, this digital human, not within the company, but externally, she'll either be used for porn, or she can be a pop star, or maybe an actor. That was all they saw this female body as potential. And so it took a woman who had a creative background to come in and be like, hey, but what about this? What about this? And we ended up making kind of anti-Siri, anti-Alexa, kind of what if we could engender positivity through embodied AI for gender equality. But they only did that because they saw the CEO was able to see where they were missing somebody, and he went outside of the usual talent pools. So like I didn't have a background in XR, but he knew that I had a background that could help. And now I'm working in the field. I've been working in this industry now for like 5 years, and I no longer work for that company. And so like, I think that if we can speak to the people in power, it's like, be imaginative and be brave about who you hire. And so, yeah, that's my piece that I would say.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I just need like a single sentence for maybe any young lady out there that is watching the stream, right? That is inspired by the amazing work you guys are doing. Just one piece of advice on how they can really champion a change in terms of getting started with XR or any form of emerging tech, and maybe an advice on how to actually keep going if they have already started.
I don't come from the tech industry, but I have sales and marketing background. So putting myself out there and asking questions. You have to be a seeker of knowledge, and also leading with your heart and going in with good intent, because that'll help draw the right people to you that's going to support you. That's what I recommend.
I would say talk to absolutely everybody. Talk to everybody, join online communities and groups. Women in AR and VR was my first Facebook group, and I went to my first conference completely alone and was greeted by like 30 women who I had never met before, and they introduced me to everyone. So talk to everyone, reach out to people on LinkedIn, say, hi, can we talk for 15 minutes and just get inspired and network your little hearts away.
I hate to cut you off, but you said LinkedIn. That's why I'm with Gatherers, because of LinkedIn. I did exactly what you said. I reached out to Christopher Lafayette, the founder, and that's why I'm here.
And Christopher is one of my mentors because we networked and I asked him for help and he said yes. So just ask for help or just have conversations.
I love that when you said network your little hearts out. That's just the answer, isn't it? People, community, it all comes back round. Yeah, I would just say be bold, back yourself. Don't let people make you feel like you don't have a space at this table, because you absolutely do. And find yourself somebody, the idea of if you can't see it, how can you be it? Find yourself somebody that you see yourself in, that's doing what you want to do, and visualize them. When you ever doubt yourself, think, well, they're doing it. And if they can become a mentor, even better. But if they don't have the capacity to, just visualize them. That's what I do.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Really inspired by your words and insights, right? I wish we could do this all day, right? But we'll have to switch to the next session, which will be starting shortly. So thank you so much, Rose, Max, Alice. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. So we'll be starting the next session in a bit. The last session, actually, but I know it's going to be fun. I heard the guys are having fun in the back end, right? So I'm looking forward to their session, right? So the next panel session is going to be on how can XR and Web 3.0 amplify Africa's creativity for meaningful social impact. So the focus is on XR and Web 3. How can we drive creativity and innovation with that tech? And the panel session will be moderated by my good friend, Oscar Michael from the Africa Communicate. And we'll be having Lorna, Joba, and a Web3 guru, I would call her in Africa, Alex, right? So I'll be adding them to the stream. So if you have any questions for any of the panelists, feel free to share. It's an open space, and then we'll add your questions to the stream also. So here's Michael. Hi, Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Lorna. Sorry,
Super.
Alex.
Hi there, everyone.
Hi, and Joba. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Good. I heard you guys were having fun in the green room, so we hope we could have that fun here too also. Right. So first off, thank you so much for giving us your time to do this. We're super excited about your session. I'll allow Oscar to take lead from here, basic introductions so the attendees can get to know each and everyone on the panel, and then we can go right into it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, hello everyone. We are excited to be here. And yeah, okay, I think we're good to go. So good. I think we've been having such an amazing session in the green room. So I'm not going to introduce any of you because you're all really awesome, like you're amazing. So what we're going to do is you're all going to introduce yourself. I'll start with myself. It's a pleasure to speak to everyone listening to us. I'm Oscar Michael, the founder of Africa Communicate, and I'm moderating this session. This is not about me. This is about these amazing creatives here, and we'll be looking at XR and Web3 for social impact in Africa. So let's meet our panelists. Alex, you go first.
Hi there, everyone. It's great to be here. I am Alex Pryor. I am Head of Digital Innovation for EOH, which is one of Africa's largest IT service providers. I'm also one of Africa's top female tech speakers. There are not that many of us, but I'll take it anyway. I am the founder of what I call the Africa Web3 Revolution, which is a community that aims to promote, support, and celebrate African businesses in emerging tech. And I also am a founding member of the World Metaverse Council, and I heard that Gatherverse was mentioned previously. I'm also a member of Gatherverse. So it's really great to be here, and thank you for having me.
Super. See what I told you when I said we have an amazing panelist for you. So you guys just get you're going to enjoy this. Yes, Joba.
Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. Hi, everyone. My name is Joba Dejumo. I am calling in from Lagos, Nigeria. I currently work as the co-founder and head of the team of a startup called Kovac XR. And essentially, Kovac XR is a prop tech extended reality startup where we help people redefine the way they view and experience spaces. Spaces being homes and every property that they are interested in getting. For the past 3 years thereabouts, I have actually been working within the extended reality space, consulting for companies within real estate, aviation, and even the construction space, and a lot more like that. I like to usually explain my first, or give a narration rather, of my first ever encounter with the whole AR, VR, and 3D world, whenever I'm introducing myself. And I remember it was back in about 2012, 2013. I was still living with my parents back then in Lagos. And I remember my dad and my mom, they were moving to a new house. So we're all moving to a new house. And then what happened was that we're going to, furnish the house with new electronics and all of that. And, my dad and I went to a store, an LG store, and we went there to get a new TV. We went there to get a normal flat screen TV. And while in the store, I just looked by my right and I saw some people gathering at one section of the store, looking at something with glasses. And I was like, what's that? Dad, can I go and see that? And then we walked all the way there. And to my surprise, I asked, can I see what this is? And then I put on the glasses and my goodness, I saw animation coming to my face. And I'm like, oh my God, what is it? Dad, we have to get this. Nothing else you can do. We need to get this. Beyond this budget, right? So we eventually got that. And that was my first experience really with 3D. And then from there, I was like, nah, I need to delve deeper into this. And I found AR, found VR, and here we are right now. Thank you, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Wow, super. I wish I have a story like that. So next time I get to introduce, but that is really amazing. That's a good one. 2012. You beat me to it then. I'm jealous. Yeah. So yes, let's meet you, Lona.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lona King. I'm the creative director at World eVisual. We're an immersive edtech company in Kampala, Uganda, really injecting imagination back into the classroom and inviting learners to push the boundaries of their creative expression. I'm also an inclusive innovation scholar and researcher, and my work sits at the intersection of art, really visual art, music, culture, and tech. And I'm also a member of the World Metaverse Council. Really, really excited to be part of this discussion.
Wow, super. So when I saw all your names and I was like, hey, Oscar, you're going to be moderating this. I was like, how do I classify these professionals? Because you guys are doing really amazing stuff. And the way I broke it in my head was, let's say Lona works with creatives and works in the education space and creates stuff. You get promotes inclusiveness and all. Joba works B2B. This is how I kind of segmented it in my head. And Alex is more focused on that big corp side and big corporations trying to push the agenda and all. And it's really amazing. It's good to be discussing with you all about the. Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. Yeah. So good to be speaking with you all because definitely we're going to have diverse perspective on the subject, and that's really what we want, so we can learn about it. I know I came up with a plan earlier, but let's start. Let's move away from the fourth A of what we're discussing, which is Web3 and XR, and let's go right into social impact. A lot of people are talking about it. There's a whole lot of discussions around social impact, social entrepreneurship. What would you say what is social impact to you? Let's start with Lorna.
Oh, wow. I think for me, social impact really leans to leaving no one behind in its most bare minimum state. It's extending, extending liberty, it's extending freedom, really, whether it's social, it's economic, whether it's political freedom, and it's access to all. So social impact, going back, it's leaving nobody behind. I think it's the most Ubuntu. I think it brings the Ubuntu philosophy of I am because you are to life. Yeah, that is how I would interpret it.
Wow, that's interesting. Alex, let's hear from you. What is social impact here?
So 100% agree with Lorna. Social impact is about the community. It's about in this instance how technology affects communities, and that can be any type of community from your top tier sort of CEOs of big corporations all the way down to the kids who are running around bare feet in a rural village. And social impact, it's not about charity. It's really about how people's lives can be improved. So for me, it's a very important distinction to make because it's not about a handout. It's about a hand up, and it's about just in generally improving people's lives.
I like that. I took a keyword from what you said. Social impact is not charity. I think that's very important. That's one keyword I took that I really love. Joba, what is social impact to you?
Yeah, thank you, Oscar. And of course, I would really love to lean on what both Lorna and Alex have commented about social impact. But I would then further go and explain it from the word itself. Social. What is social? Social is society. It's gotten from the word society, really. When you're talking about social impact, to break it down to a 3-year-old, how can you impact the society? It's that simple. It has to do with enabling access, bridging the gap, and providing equality, not just equity, but equality across the board, really. So that's the social impact, really, for me. Enabling access, bridging the gap, and providing equality for all.
I like that. I like that. So I think we've laid the basis for discussion right now. And I believe everyone out there understands what social impact is to every one of us. With keywords being society, trying to give back to the society, to move it forward, and also noting that social impact is not charity. Yeah, that's really awesome. So you're all XR professionals in your own right, with Alex working with Web3 as well. That's really something exciting because last year or last few years, especially during the time of the pandemic, there was a lot of discussions about Web3, blockchain, stuff like that, and everyone trying to see how they can implement all of that in the workflow. And the truth is, a lot of people did not understand what Web3 is. That's the simple truth. So, Alex, what is Web3? Yes, what is Web3? And is Web3 something, because this topic is about Web3 and XR and social impact. So what is Web3? And is Web3 something Africa should really be looking at?
So absolutely is the short answer on that. I think last year, when Web3 was still a topic, and there was an absolutely massive sort of earthquake type noise the second that ChatGPT hit, and then suddenly everyone who was a Web3 expert suddenly became an AI expert. Very funny. But for me, they're not actually separate. If we look at the traditional definition, Web 1 was way back when it was just a static web page with information. Web 2 was then being able to read and write. So social media came on, we could contribute, we could comment, we could do things ourselves. Web 3 started out where we talk read, write, and own. So that's where people have a bit more control over their data. They're able to monetize it more easily, which is certainly true, and certainly where blockchain comes in. But for me, it's really around read, write, own, and interact. It's how we interact with each other in this new iteration of technology. It's how we interact with corporations, with online content, whether it is virtual reality, metaverse, extended reality, or more sort of flat web pages. And it's how we interact with AI. It's how we interact with the different aspects of technology. So Web3 really is just the next iteration of the internet. And to your point, people don't know what it is. Had a bit of an aha moment a while ago around that. But so I don't talk so much about Web3 anymore. I talk about emerging technology because, as I say, people don't know, but they don't have to know. That's the thing. I don't need to know how an engine works in order to take a car to get to work. Likewise, I don't need to know how blockchain works in order for it to benefit me. So for me, Web3 is really about how we take all of these amazing new technologies and start showing people why they're important and what they can do, rather than thinking about how they can do them. Because let's face it, people don't care. They just want it to work. And yes, maybe just to finally add on that, Web3 really encompasses everything from AI, XR, blockchain, and all its associated bits and pieces. And blockchain and cryptocurrency are not the same thing. Cryptocurrency is a subset of what you can do with blockchain, but digital assets, digital identity, all of those things come together for this new set of technology. And that's what Web3 is. And that's what we need to start thinking about, is the what and the why, not the how.
Wow, that was really, I love the way you broke that down, because I feel like it's very important. People use a lot of buzzwords today, and it's crazy, yeah, because it seems to be done to create a kind of confusion among the everyday people. And you mentioned one key thing that people also use. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And you mentioned one word that is also used to express this. You said emerging technology. I know, going through Java's works and all, that word has come up as well. So now I'm looking at you, Java, because I think Web3 is also under emerging technology. XR is what some people call emerging technology as well, or new media. And you see, when people use words like this, it really starts getting confusing. But then there's something you said, Java, that building upon what Alex has just explained, the importance and what Web3 really is there a bulletproof case for its application in Africa? Yeah, and I know you know that word. I picked it from your conversations and what you've been putting out there. Is there really a bulletproof case, considering internet connectivity, difficulty with getting these devices? They are quite expensive. When you look at XR, is there a bulletproof case for it now?
Right. Very short answer to that, Oscar. There is no bulletproof case at the moment. And why? I'll give my reason why. Some people might have a dissenting opinion, right? But the why is, just looking at the word itself, emerging technology. What is emerging? It's still in the process of growth. It hasn't become everyday technology, right? It's still emerging, and frankly, like every technological revolution, every technology evolution rather, in Africa, it would still take some time before it can become an everyday technology that everyone uses. Like you already mentioned, factors like device connectivity, factors like the cost of these devices, factors like even literacy, understanding the use of these technologies, they go a long way really to affect, how at this stage we can call or define them as an everyday technology. But really, as much as it is not yet at that stage of becoming an everyday technology, like we're already doing, we have to start from somewhere. It will still take some time, of course, maybe the next 5-10 years, who knows? But of course, we will get there. We've started already and we will get there. So that's my answer. It's not yet, not yet an everyday tech.
Cool. So we will get there. And now is the time to start building the foundations, getting people on board so that when we get there eventually, we'd have a lot of stakeholders to jump on board and really make use of this technology. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Lona, you have been implementing XR. Can you hear me?
Sorry to cut you. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Just a continuation from what you just said, right? I think, and I'm just saying this for everyone listening on the call right now, to encourage them really to jump on this trend of emerging technology, whether it is VR, AR, whether it is AI, whether it is blockchain, wherever you find a passion, jump on it. Why? Because if you look at it, there's been a trend right from the 1980s to the 2000s to the 2010s. There have been different technologies that have evolved over time. So like you already said, people who are listening to us can become the next stakeholders of these technologies. You can become the next Bill Gates. You can become the next Mark Zuckerberg. So I'm just saying this as a form of, encouragement for people to realize that don't get tired of these technologies. Don't find them boring. If you can, try and see what you can plug into.
Yeah.
So eventually you become a stakeholder in your own right.
Definitely. I remember what the XR space looked like 10 years back. There was barely much happening. It was more experimentation, basically, like, oh, you can do this, or you can do that. But right now, we're beginning to see more actual business use case. And that's something I'm really excited about because people can now even start building careers in this field. Lorna, as someone that actually builds stuff, you've explored using XR across many verticals, and you mentioned just recently that you also you use it in education. As Jova said, it's emerging. So we're seeing how we can onboard more people. But where do you think that XR can make the most impact? Where do you see it making the most impact in the current situation of Africa or in your region?
That's actually a very fascinating question, Michael. And I'll just start with giving an overview of the kind of the funding landscape on the continent. So my observation is that the development aid landscape, which a number of African states greatly depend on, is going through a massive defunding. And this is really happening as a result of some of the global shocks. We had COVID that paralyzed economies the past 4 years. Everybody's just trying to build again. And then we quickly saw Ukraine and Russia conflict, which again disrupted global trade routes. We're seeing the regional peace disruptions with Sudan that happened a month ago. So the discussion really, the discussions are really moving that there is an urgency, there is a very strong urgency across the development landscape that Africa, really the continent, needs to look onwards into our own resources, whether it's our human resource, whether it's our cultural resources or our natural resources, and identify quite quickly alternative investment and wealth creation avenues. Yeah, and this brings me to the second point, and that is the vast potential of the African continent. We've talked about this before, but I think everybody knows that a lot has been spoken about the potential of the African continent, especially when we're talking about young people, but also when we're talking about our cultural vibrancy, our creativity as these big assets. So for a very long time, we've had to sell our potential, in a bid to attract or really kind of get the rest of the world to pay attention and invest in the continent. The discussion and the consensus is now shifting that we really need to urgently build our infrastructure ground up to unlock the vast opportunities that these new emerging technologies present, but in a bigger scope, the digital economy presents. So last year, Meta published a report, and it had predicted that in the next 10 years, by 2031, the metaverse would contribute. I mean, again, this is very speculative. The metaverse could contribute about $40 billion to Africa's economy. Yeah. And that takes me to going back to the question you asked, building the talent pipeline for this future of work to meet this new emerging job market, and by extension, the wider digital, the wider creative economy is where I see extended reality, whether it's AR, with augmented reality, whether it's virtual reality, or whether, kind of the umbrella Web3 or making most impact. Not just as an instrument of storytelling, which is what a lot of creators are playing with these tools for right now, but really as a platform and as a kind of launch pad to unlock this new wave of creators, this new wave of builders, developers, educators, and really innovators, and then pull kind of a new job market, new job creation opportunities, but most importantly, draw wealth back into the continent. So in a nutshell, it is, XR presents a fantastic platform. Just echoing what Alex and Joba said already, the technology is still very young, not just on the continent, but across the world. Everybody's still trying to figure things out, and there could not be a much better time to jump in. It's a very kind of low barrier of entry, not necessarily, but it's a space for everybody to just jump in and figure out your place in that ecosystem. Yeah.
Super. I really like that. And you touched on some very key points for me. Now, I want us to connect all of this together because we've looked at social impact. We've also looked at what Web3 is and what this XR technology really looks like. Now, let's bring it together as to making an impact, how we can connect the dots to push that change, to make that social impact happen. Alex, this question goes to you. Seeing you work with lots of big corporations and even smaller ones as well, and you speak at lots of events to drive awareness about these technologies. Are there policies or frameworks in place to support the adoption of this technology? Or are there policies and frameworks that you feel are missing that need to be put in place? Yes.
So I think in general, legislation around emerging technologies it's also in its early stage, and things are changing so quickly that it's very difficult for legislators to legislate, and it is very difficult to put policies in place, especially because a lot of these emerging technologies are not limited to a company or to a country. They're actually borderless, they're global, they're not owned by anyone. If we're thinking XR in particular, it's actually a bit of an easier one in many. Take the metaverse out of the picture, and the idea of individual sort of programs using extended reality is a little bit easier. And I think the frameworks there is really how you get sort of public-private participation in order to have those impacts at a community level. In the green room, I use this example, and here in South Africa, 80% of our schools do not have a science lab. And even if they did, they couldn't afford to put the various chemicals and things you need within the science lab. Now, if you take even whether it's virtual reality or extended reality, imagine if you could have a few hubs that service a number of different schools in the area that can take their children there, and then they can use virtual reality to have those science classes and be able to interact without interacting. You've got a once-off cost and setup cost, and then you can reuse it over and over and over again and have that impact at the ground level. So the only way I think we're really going to achieve this is through public-private partnerships. And I think that's the type of framework we need to develop in an XR, AR, VR context, is how can companies work together with governments, with cities, with funders to be able to make this sort of thing happen.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I completely agree. I feel like for any industry to grow, there has to be an exchange across several sectors and stakeholders. And public-private partnership is something that is very key to the development of any industry in any market. But it's also not easy. It's always a long-term work. So kudos for putting in effort on that. And I've tried it a bit, and I know it can be very difficult. John, correct me if I'm wrong.
Both, and yes,
yeah,
it comes with its challenges.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very certain about that. Yeah, Java, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel you've done more private to private partnerships, right?
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, super. Okay, I think that one it's much more easier to, on the short term, facilitate transactions and all.
Well, there's a clause there. Well,
it depends.
I can tell you.
Yeah, but I love. Yeah. Yeah, what I would love to know is I would love to hear the challenges you faced when it comes to implementing XR solutions. Of course, we've identified some in terms of the end users, but when you're looking at private partnerships, what are those blockers you experience?
Right. So, first of all, I was going to mention and say, it's a myth if you think that private to private partnerships work, like the flip of a finger. Not at all. I can categorically tell you that I've been in, we've been in some conversations, and in a particular deal, a deal with another organization for almost 8 months now, and to develop XR for their own solution. We're basically taking their entire operations to XR, and we've been there for about 8 months, still yet to complete the entire transaction. And that's to show you how porous the whole system is and why. That leads me to the challenges, really. The reason why is essentially because people are not educated enough. People do not understand the implications of these technologies, the benefits of these technologies. And that's really tough, because what happens is that as a company or as an individual involved in any transaction, you have to first do the process of educating them. You need to sit them down like a kid and educate them, so and that can take up to 25% of the transaction, of the time that the transaction takes, where you just go about educating them, helping them to understand everything, getting management buy-in. It's a very, very long and arduous process. And beyond the education as well, there is also the challenge of perception. How do they perceive technologies? Africa is frankly still a bit a step behind. Let me use that word for lack of a better word. Africa is still a step behind in adoption of certain technologies, of fast-growing technologies, and so there's a perception that maybe they don't need these technologies, and so and all this still boils down to education, really. And another thing again really also has to do with the scalability of the technology. And what do I mean by scalability of the technology? When you're building XR, enterprise XR, most of the time, it costs a whole lot. And when I mean a whole lot, I'm not talking about thousands of dollars. I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars to tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to build quality enterprise XR. And of course, that's a barrier to entry on its own. So had it been we had more technologies and softwares that can ease and scale these processes, of course it will be much more cheaper and there'll be less barrier to entry. So I would essentially just peg it at education and also these technological developments. And but to end it, I won't just talk about the problem or the challenge without preferring a solution, really, because for every problem there should be a solution. And what I've realized to work really is the power of collaboration. the more you can collaborate, the more collaborations we can have within the ecosystem, the easier it is, or it will be rather, for us to scale these technologies. I really want to commend the work of a company called SwiftXR. I'm sure you've probably heard of them already. SwiftXR is doing an amazing job. You can trust me that the way they've really democratized the technology, it's amazing. It's beyond what you can really imagine. Things that would take you $5,000 to probably do on a normal day, they charge less than $100 to do it for you. And collaboration with these kind of companies. And as a matter of fact, SwiftXR, for people who are listening, is a Nigerian company, if you do not know already. And that's really amazing. And I'm aware of the partnership they have with Slick City, where they are able to use, talking about creativity now and the creative industry essentially. There's this company called Slick City Media, and they are essentially an arts and creative company. So they partnered with XR, and they're able to use XR technology to present all their artworks, with the power of their technology. They present their artworks in AR, VR, in 3D. And on a normal day, without SwiftXR, it's two options for Slick City. Either they cannot have such experience, or they will have to pay thousands and tens of thousands to have such experience. So you see, that's essentially the solution to the problem. Collaboration. No man is an island of his own. We need to collaborate to really get this forward. So yeah, that's it.
True. I like that. And it's also good to see that even Africans are not just using tech, but even creating tech infrastructure for others to use. That's really exciting to see. Lorna, you are, I like putting you more on that creative side. I know. What is collaboration looking like on your end? Especially also, as you mentioned, you're working on the education bit. So in Uganda, what is the state looking like? Are there more private, public, or private partnerships? How are creators and communities also working together in that region?
Interesting. Quite interesting. So I'll speak quite generally on what's going on the XR scene here in Uganda. I think a lot of similar to what's going on in almost all the ecosystems, because the tools, the technology is still young. It's still mostly in experimental phase. A lot of the people who found themselves playing with the tools, it was again experimentation, purely passion, or you landed on it accidentally. So one of the things that has been quite difficult, or that has been then therefore very important, is identify who's doing what where. And I think that was the foundation of the publication, Africa's Extended Reality Report. If you haven't checked it out, please do. It was really built on who is doing what where, and identifying and really not focusing on what the pain points are. Again, the pain points of entry are really the same as with the digital divide, whether it's like internet costs, whether it's just access to headsets and gadgets. But it was really focusing on who are these people who are building regardless, yeah? And that's where the element of community comes in. And because of this XR report, we were actually able to identify very, interesting communities in almost all, about 15 countries across Africa. But for Uganda, we have our kind of very intimate extended reality community, again, a constellation of whether it's artists, architects, musicians, really trying to figure out how to use this tool as a medium of storytelling. So you'll see it predominantly in the art scene. And as you all know, we are shaped by what we see, what we read, what we hear. Therefore, storytellers have a very important role to play in shaping our collective narratives. But in terms of real implementation, I think one of the pilot projects that WAL-E was contracted to roll out for the Belgium Development Agency, was rolling out the very first of its kind pilot virtual reality for soft and hard skills technical training in TVET, which is Technical and Vocational Education Centers in Uganda. And so this year, over 1,400 students will get like the practical skills in they are technical and vocational courses, whether it's in fashion, whether it's in design, whether it's in automotives, whether it's in construction, and but also really preparing them for providing them with the kind of the soft skills that allow them to kind of increase their opportunities for employability. So I think that to me was one of the most very peculiar but very exciting use cases where we were rolling this in a school setting, fashion design, looking at students try and figure out how to put together a car, because you would have access to Jaguar or or Volkswagen. Laboratory or mechanical workshop, but all this is being brought virtually. So I think one of the biggest things that's happening is the urgency for building community, but also what Joba said, really education. We cannot run away from the the real training that has to escort this new tool if it's to be adopted. So in a nutshell, there's pockets of opportunities. I think there's still speculations into multiple possibilities, but the infrastructure issue, I think, stays very, very, very important. Stays an important thing that hasn't been addressed. Education, yes, as Joba said, but also investing in IP, so intellectual property, which really is the backbone of the digital economy. And for a very long time, Africa hasn't fully ripped out the economic value of this commodity, but that really is the core product of this XR, emerging tech, etc. Therefore, when talking about a policy lens of seeing, it is we really, really need to get all the parts of the ecosystem working together. The policymakers, the builders, the communities, we are going at once, as opposed to, the creators go on and try and figure out, So we are trying to get everybody involved from the get-go, because the technology is still young and it's a very fantastic place to build when the rules haven't been set yet.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Like you touched on so many exciting stuff. Joba, what novel implementation of XR in the space have you seen and noticed? Yeah, I would love to hear from you. Like, what's that project? Is there any project out there you feel that is really, really making lots of impact in the space using XR?
Yeah, within Africa, that is able to drive social impact. And I'll relate this to social impact, because that's what we're discussing here. I think, I'm privileged to be a member of a research body where we research about emerging technology within Africa, and it's quite affiliated to the Immersive Tech Africa body as well. And by virtue of that privilege, I stumbled on some companies within the ecosystem in Africa, and one that really, really, got me was a company called Impala XR, or is a company called Impala XR. Impala XR they're in Benin Republic, that's in West Africa, and what they're doing is really, I find it really inspiring, because what they're trying to do is to bridge the gap and provide access to technology for students in secondary schools, students in primary schools, and educate them, across STEM. Essentially, that's the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics field. Giving them access to, giving them access to all these infrastructure that on a normal day they will probably not have access to. For example, one that was very interesting was where they were able to see how to, how doctors work in a medical lab, and I saw that use case that they had, and I think giving these students this kind of experience, really, to me, that's what you call social impact. That's a very, very good example of what you call social impact. I think also in Nigeria you have a company called I'm trying to remember the name. I can't remember right now, but they had this project called VR for Schools, and it started by this lady called Judith Okonkwo. I'm trying to remember the name of Immersion 3D. That's the, Immersion 3D. That's the name. And they have this project called VR for Schools, And with that project as well, they're able to impact students, give them access to all these kinds of technologies, give them access to information, knowledge that on a normal day they wouldn't have access to. And using XR to do that just essentially is, in this case, amazing social impact. And I think that's some very interesting use cases of how XR is being used to drive social impact within the continent.
Super. Alex, thanks for joining us once more. We were looking at novel use cases of XR for social impact. Do you have anyone you would love to share?
I think the one I would have shared would have been Swift XR. There's been some actually yes. Something that's been quite interesting with a group here in South Africa called Sea Monster. They've been working with a number of the banks we call impact gaming. Impact gaming really being around taking education to the next level through games. And one they've just launched with Nedbank, which is one of our big 4 banks here in South Africa, is something on Roblox. So if you've got young kids who like to, or yourself, play Roblox, what they've done is they've created an entrepreneurship game called Chow Town in Roblox with Nedbank. And the idea is that people will go to this specific place in Roblox and it teaches them to be an entrepreneur. So obviously in Africa, you kind of have to have a lot more of an entrepreneurial mindset because as we've noticed previously, jobs can be very, very limited. You can be limited in what you can do. But just because you want to be an entrepreneur doesn't mean you know how. So what Chow Town does is it lets you learn how to manage stock. If you're going to make a hot dog, well, you're going to need rolls and you're going to need sausages, but you can't keep them for too long because they're going to go off. You've got to manage your inventory. You've got to manage your cash flow. So I think that's a really impactful way of teaching people, even before they're getting to the point where they want to be entrepreneurs, how to do it. And so that's my shout out to Nedbank and to Sea Monster from my side, because I just think it's a great way of empowering people, and not just the youth, but empowering people to learn in a way that's fun.
That's needed. I think that falls also under serious gaming and all, and that's really exciting to see more people get into that field. And I'm hearing a lot about education, and that's cool. I also love the idea of SwiftXR building infrastructure that is helping other business leverage this technology at a lower cost. That's also awesome. Yeah, so I think we've spent a lot of time discussing. This has really been amazing.
Could I add one more thing here, Michael? Sorry. It's with a Ghanaian company called Balm Labs. And what they're doing, it's actually in the fashion industry. So if we move away from, sorry, the cat is stuck. Problem with working from home is occasionally you have kids and occasionally you have pets. They Balm Labs, what they do is they use 3D modeling for fashion. So they will build everything from 3D people and digital twins to being able to build your outfits for the fashion designers before they even get to a point where they are cutting the cloth, and it can dramatically reduce the cost of creating new clothes. So an example outside of education that I think is really fantastic, and they've had some really good international success with their platform, and you can actually buy their designs so you can use them for your own fashion. So I think that's just a nice additional use case.
That's very interesting to hear. I'll look them up. What did you call them again? Balm Labs?
Balm, no, not Balm, Balm, BALM LAB.
Okay, super. And I think Lana also shared Afrofuture DAO in the comments, in the chat section, right, Lana?
Yes, so for me, I wanted to, again, center the role of storytellers in really shaping Africa's collective narratives, and whether it's painting a picture of the Africa we want, or really raising awareness of whether it's social issues, and really inspiring action in communities. And I think that is one of the places that extended reality and by extension Web3 comes in quite beautifully. And Afrofuture DAO, what they are doing is they are unlocking and really democratizing the traditional visual art space using NFTs and building assets for the trade in that world. And this really stems from how do we tell our own stories when we don't even have access to the encyclopedia of knowledge of our history. So there is this that report, probably heard of it multiple times, that over 90% or 98% of African artifacts do not sit on the continent. So they reside in Western museums and in private collections. And what separates the rest of the world from us is if you have no access to your heritage, you have no reference point, you don't have a library of information, where are you drawing inspiration from? So what Afrofuture DAO is trying to reclaim, kind of like virtually reclaim that history by tracking all African artifacts that sit in Western collections, private museums, and private collections, and presenting it as a virtual museum or a catalog for creators to then tell their stories. By extension, also, they are really challenging the traditional visual arts industry. So, if you know the visual arts industry, it's one that is built on the idea of art. Scarcity. Value is built on scarcity. So art is like, its value increases, but depending on how scarce it is. And that's why we've seen when we're talking about decentralizing such spaces and really democratizing such spaces, NFTs come in and unlock a new breed of digital artists who are treading and pushing the boundaries of their creative expression. And I think for me, on the creative front, that is a very powerful vessel, whether when it comes to redefining our narratives, having access to libraries of information that I personally wouldn't be able to travel to the Louvre to be able to see a peek of an artifact about Ugandan, that was probably relevant to Ugandan heritage. But we are reclaiming that history and therefore empowering the direction in which young people decide to shape the future they want. And I think for me, that's something that I wanted to add to the table.
Wow, that's thanks for sharing that. It brings the memory of I said memory like it's past, still ongoing, the Digital Benin project, which is like archiving a lot, and it's a really big project right now. There's a lot of talk. I think there's even a conference coming up in Abuja, Nigeria, about it, where they go back to look at these artifacts and create a catalog, an archive of this history of everything in terms of that culture, which was once exported out of the country. That's really nice. Thanks for bringing that up. So we've spent quite some amazing time, really awesome time with you all. I love the discussion. So let's bring this to an end so that we can also answer some questions. But what I would want you to say is I think Aroma is joining us. So before you kick us out, I have to hear from my panelists. Yeah, and I'll start with you, Alex. So what trends or developments are we expected to see? And what projects are we even expected to also see from you? I know you have a book coming up, Risking Irrelevance. So what projects, developments in the Web3 space, and what are we expected to see from you as well? Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for mentioning the book. Yes, it's called Risking Irrelevance, Why Businesses Can't Afford to Ignore Web3, and what the heck is Web3 anyway? So that's my big project at the moment. And it's really to go back to what we were all saying, is that people don't get what emerging technology is. They don't get what it can do for them. They think it's a scam. They don't know the difference between crypto and blockchain. They don't even know what XR is. And the other problem I've seen is that technical books are boring. Business books are boring. Technical business books are very boring. So it's written in a very, very casual style. In fact, the first chapter is called Your CTO Made You Read This, because it's really supposed to be something that's relatable and funny and gives you enough of an understanding
to be able to make decisions around what you should be doing with it. Beyond that, obviously, sort of playing in the space, seeing what can be done, working with a lot of entrepreneurs and incubators in terms of venture building. But I think really for this year, my big project is the book, just because I think that it can really help normal business people understand, and even beyond normal business people understand, just what the heck all of us are talking about. So that's from me.
That's super. We look forward to that. I saw it's coming out July, so everyone check that out. Look out for that. Joba, what should we expect from you? Super.
Well,
yes, Joba, over to you.
Of course, in terms of trends and all of that to expect, I would say really that we should look towards the educational technology side of things. It looks like that's the best right now, best use case, or most common use case of XR in Africa at the moment. XR for education, and of course also XR for cultural preservation. Africa has such a very, very rich culture. And I was seeing in the last panels, a couple of speakers were talking about how they were using XR to preserve, their cultural heritage and all of that. So I can say categorically, this is my prediction that over the next few years, what we will see for XR in Africa is things, more popular within the space of education, XR for education, and also XR for cultural preservation. For me, I work within the enterprise space really, and what you can expect to see from me is things on how to enable XR for enterprise, XR for businesses such as businesses in the real estate field, businesses in aviation field as well. We have a couple of things we're working on at our company, Kovac XR. Can't share too much right now because of course we're in the public, and just look out for it.
Super. Over to you, Lala. Let's hear from you.
From my end, I can speak to two things really about the work that we're doing at WOE. I think really this year, and it's really investing in training the talent that is going to escort this new thing, right? So a lot of focus has been introducing people to these new tools. There's also been a lot of focus on like creating, but on the creator side, let's just create apps here and there. But we need, going back to education, we really need to train this new talent pool that is going to escort that. So whether you need developers, whether you need creators, educators. So I see a lot of cross-pollination, multiple people coming together, collaborating to really build this thing, because it's the techniques of construction, the techniques of creation are a bit different from what's been happening in the traditional field. So it's a very multidisciplinary field. But again, we cannot escape equipping or building that infrastructure from the beginning, just kind of ground up. But the second one, and this is really close to my heart, is it's very clear that where people's minds are going, there is value, and where there is value, there is profit, and we have to really start thinking about this trade of this intangible asset, which is IP. I like to call it African IP because African IP has really not seen the true vast potential economically returning back to its creators, back to the continent. And I think that's where I would really want to see a lot of effort being channeled. But in addition to that, more other projects that you hear about later in the year.
Great. Thanks to everyone. Just to give some reference out there, if you're looking at training and all, you should really look up on Unity for Social Impact. I believe there's an education grant out there. So if you're looking to train people using Unity, there are opportunities for you to access. So go to the Unity website. There's an education grant currently available. The application rounds up June 2nd, so you should really look into that, apply, and I do hope you get, because we really need that talent pipeline in Africa. And when you're talking about intellectual property and all, the World Intellectual Property Organization has offices across Africa. I think May 16 was World Intellectual Property Day, and that's when I got to meet some of the leads in Nigeria and some other places. So the organizations like that looking to educate more stakeholders. Truth is, we creators are mainly creatives. A majority of us lack the business aspect, the legal, the finance. So engage with stakeholders like that. There's Akoyoka in Kenya trying to reach out to many people to help creatives understand the legal side of their business. So from WIPO to Akoyoka and many more stakeholders, let's reach out and let's keep on collaborating, because we really have an opportunity to make social impact through our creative works. Now we can take questions. Aroma, yeah, I see both of you are looking at us. So yes, we're done. Are there questions for us?
More of, should I say, applauds, right? We have, thank you for sharing. We have Olajumoke applauding and all. We have, yeah, basically,
okay,
appraisal from people. But the thing is, me and Jennifer usually have questions for anybody that comes.
Please do. Yes, my panelists are ready.
Jennifer, you have any questions for them?
Just one. You know, it's been great to sit back and just listen to you all talk about what you're working on and the ways in which everyone can kind of connect across the continent. I guess my question would be, if you each had to think of, you know, the one place, and maybe it is IP, maybe it's something else, but if you had to think of one place where the most focus could be kind of generated across the continent right now to really accomplish some of the outcomes that you're looking for, if you had to pick one area of focus, what would you each say that area is?
Okay, I'm happy to go first with this because it is something that I think I spoke about in the green room and I'm quite passionate about. And it's really on the sort of adoption of digital money side, which is almost sort of the entry into the Web3 space. So it's not specifically XR. But if you think about Africa, we have had mobile money. We've had M-Pesa for 2 years longer than Bitcoin has been around. So adopting of that sort of technology isn't new for us. It's not something that like takes a lot for our brains to reprocess. And there's some amazing things that different companies are doing to address the lack of connectivity, to be able to address perhaps people not having smartphones. So I think that really Africa is poised to lead mass adoption of these emerging technologies, such to the point that they're just technologies for us and the rest of the world is trying to catch up. And to do that, it's looking at where our most dramatic needs are. And one of the most dramatic needs across the continent is actually in the finance sector. I mean, over something like 60% of sub-Saharan Africa is unbanked. There's massive opportunity there. And if we can get people onboarded there, there's so much more that we can do as a continent. And suddenly we will no longer be the forgotten continent. We'll be the guys that everyone else is actually targeting and everyone else is actually trying to catch up with.
Amazing.
All right. I like that. Joppa, do you want to go next?
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Jennifer. I think I'll just come from the angle of just to continue from where Alex, ended. I'll come from the angle of education, but this time around, educating the masses, not essentially education as per institutional education. Educating the masses to understand the value of these technologies. I think that's where focus should be right now. The impact of these technologies, the benefits of these technologies, the masses and businesses. If we really want to see mass adoption, if we really want to enable adoption, we need to educate. We need to educate businesses. Why is this useful for you? Why is this, better than you having to, have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in building up constructing a building instead of you just, having it in VR and viewing it, you spend less. Or, so we really need to invest and put focus on educating, and it really starts from each one of us, educating everyone within your circle, educating everyone within your sphere of influence. It goes that way and it becomes a viral effect. We don't have to write it on billboards that XR is good for you. Nah, we can just start this little way. Yeah.
I hear there's a book coming out for that.
Yeah, there's a book coming. Oh, let's see how that goes. Let's see how that goes.
Super, super. Lana, over to you.
For me, simple, investing in the talent pipeline. I think it goes back to what I said earlier on. We really talk about Africa's potential as its young people. And we find ourselves really circling around the potential of the continent. The potential truly is unlocking job opportunities, allowing people to get out of poverty. What it has done for the tech ecosystem is what I see the XR industry doing for African young people again with remote work. And so again, investing in the talent pipeline, and this is really Africa to the world.
Nice, nice. From my end, Jennifer, I will just build upon all they've said. And I think for me, basically, it's that finding that unique African market opportunity. The way fintech, Web3, cryptocurrency, as well as even Web3 gaming blew up was because there was an actual use case. For Web3 gaming, it was about making money. For fintech, it's about moving money. I think that fits back into the financial aspect, which Alex was speaking of. So I do know once we find a business use case that everybody needs, the money would flow in, the talent will be developed, and an ecosystem will be built around it. Yeah.
Fantastic. All great perspectives. And if you put them all together, I think something pretty powerful. So thank you all for that. Much appreciated.
So we're expecting 2 books from this panelist, from this group, right? Well, you guys have a lot to share, and I'm super glad to have connected with each and every one of you. Right, the comments has been amazing. A lot of people are saying amazing session so far. Karen, as usual, saying like this is the best 4 hours she has had in a while. And so it's great stuff, guys. I really see great stuff. Thank you so much for contributing to this session. And I think this is it, right? The last panel session for the third day of the XR Innovation Summit. We did it, right? Sounds say congratulations to each and every one of us.
Wonderful. Thank you for having us.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll talk to each and every one of you very soon. Right. So we need to close up the session.
Amazing.
So talk soon.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
And great. So we did it. Day 1, day 2, day 3 checked, right? And first of all, say glory be to God for His grace and mercies. Well, because this couldn't be possible without God, right? And I want to say thank you to the amazing team, the organizing team at the XR Innovation Summit, and also the team in the green room, Zooks, Oduabumi, Trifina, Emmanuel, and the entire team, right? Thank you so much for your amazing support. We did it, right? Jennifer, do you have any words to share?
Absolutely. The past 3 days have been phenomenal. I know we've talked and planned going into this and been very excited about what we had to share with people. I think this has exceeded my expectations. Just amazing voices. It's great to see how much the ecosystem has grown since the last time we did this together, and just looking forward to great things ahead. I have to echo, particularly for all of our colleagues on the back end that haven't been in front of the camera. You all are the real heroes of the last 3 days. So thank you so much for everything that you've done to keep the lights on and keep everything moving along. I find myself just really encouraged and inspired. I can't wait to see what this looks like when we do this the next time. It's just every time, just the quality of the ideas, what people have already accomplished, just kind of stands out as just overwhelmingly above and beyond, quite honestly. I'm always a big believer in looking at a growth trajectory. To me, it's not about what skills someone has or what experience they have, but rather how quickly they can gain skill and experience. And when I look at the African continent in particular right now, I see a growth trajectory that is beyond anything I see anywhere else in the world. And so it just gives me so much joy. And I'm just so grateful to have been a part of this, and to be just a small part of the ecosystem and in terms of everything that's happening.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jennifer. So I want to just run you guys through what we did for the past 3 days, right? So first off, I will not bore you guys with the intro, right? But straight up into the commemoration of the Africa Day. So our first session was tailored around celebrating Africa, right? During the Africa Day on the 25th of May. And then we moved on to, you basically know us already, right? So thank you. And then we have the amazing team in the back end, Oluwabumi, amazing in the green room with Sariki, Alike Ortega, who is our communication lead at during the summit. We have Trifina, amazing with socials. Thank you so much. And Emmanuel, who's also our community lead. He has also been super supportive. And then we have the amazing team also, Yambura, Max, Sariki, huge plus, and I really appreciate each and every one of them. And then first edition speakers, some of them came back, right, which was super good, right? And some of them have been supporting by sharing updates on the sessions on their LinkedIn and social media handles, right? So thank you so much for that. So these were the first edition speakers in 2021. And our first session by Kabiru was around how we can revolutionize agriculture in Africa through virtual reality greenhouse simulations. So if you missed that session, you can check the Immersive Tech Africa YouTube channel and you'll see the streams there. We have Harrison, who talked about virtual reality for education and training. And then Jo, very, very amazing session. She shared human connection in virtual workplaces, immersion, belonging, and engagement. So try and watch that also. And Valentin shared his amazing product, right? XR and connectivity issues and how we can basically avoid that. And Kevin around XR and competency-based experimental learning, which was also very good. And Salman, XR, the built-in browser of the digital era, also very amazing session. And Diriti also shared our insights on XR in education and training, enhancing learning through immersive experiences. So these were more like the day one sessions during the summit, and it was rounded up by the amazing Judith from Emisi 3D, right? And I want to say thank you so much, Judith, for making it. She shared her insights on the transformational power of emerging tech for learning. So if you missed any of this session, you can just check the Immersive Tech Africa YouTube channel, and it's there for you to enjoy. So day two was, I tagged day two as the session of inspiration, right? Dr. Morris did an amazing job. She shared her insights on educational transformation through metaversive teaching and learning. We also had Ahmed from SwiftXR. So SwiftXR was mentioned twice today. That shows they are doing something good, right, at SwiftXR. He shared his thoughts on how we can empower our web presence with SwiftXR. So check them out. And Daniel, I call him the art and heritage XR guru, right? He's always doing amazing stuff in that space. He shared how we can revive cultural heritage with XR tech and also a path for sustainable development. And then Derek, unlocking the power of AR for virtual try-ons and how brands can boost their sales and engagement. Elena talked about Web 3.0 meets nursing, a very amazing session also. And Jacob shared a very inspirational video on what they are doing in Uganda as regards XR for education and training. So also watch that out. And Tosan shared a perspective on what telcos are doing so far in regards adoption to not just XR, but also emerging tech for social impact. So please catch that out also. And Sika gave a last session, right, which was very, very amazing on how we can basically utilize the Nintendo philosophy for XR adoption, especially in Africa. And day 3 was like awesome too. Panel session 1 was around XR storytelling and exploration of creative possibilities. We had Alice and the team from Atlantic Institute. They talked about community develop AR, bringing us together when we are apart. Then Rose and the amazing team shared their insights on building an inclusive XR ecosystem, strategies for strengthening diversity and inclusivity. And the last session by the amazing team, right, Michael and Co, on how XR and Web3 can amplify Africa's creativity for meaningful social impact. Yeah, so that was a very, very engaging and interactive 3 days of learning and insights. I also want to thank our ecosystem partners. They have been really supportive towards this initiative, and we hope to have a very big one next year, by the grace of God. And we hope to see each and every one of you at the next year's edition of the XR Innovation Summit. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you so much, the XR Innovation team in the back end. I must say I love each and every one of you so much. And I'm super glad this is a reality. We made this happen. And I will just say God bless each and every one of you. Jennifer?
What else can I say? I mean, just an amazing time. It's just such a beautiful space.
Yeah.
Just to be with everyone and to see what everyone is accomplishing. So keep it up. That's what I would say in closing. You know, we've had so many people tell us, start small, you know, don't be afraid to try something, use what you have. You are the next tech giant. You know, all those messages that we've heard over the last 3 days, let's use that, right? To empower us and to go forward and make amazing changes across the world and particularly in the continent. So as always, you know, reach out to us, reach out to each other. We are a community and we're here to support.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jennifer. So until next year, by the grace of God, see each and every one of you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.